So interesting. Okay.
There we go. I'll go ahead and post it in the chat.
Look, it's me. Yep. I'm the stream today, I guess. Just kidding. I can hear myself through the stream.
No, I can hear myself earlier.
Yeah, with the lag on the stream, I could hear myself. So the stream. Not through Discord, through the stream. I wasn't making any sound.
Yeah, they can hear. They can hear. Everything's fine. We're good.
I don't know if they can hear you though. You might need it. You might need to add the your voice. Okay, yeah,
All right,
they can hear me.
Let's start. They can hear us. Yeah, if you're getting everything from Discord, then, or at least our voices from Discord, should be good.
All right.
Oh, yeah, we can do that later. Namely the cable chain. Oh, Rob, they're saying they can't hear you. They can hear both me and Luke, but not you for whatever reason.
We'll get good at this someday, we swear.
What about now?
Wait for the stream to hit. I don't think so.
Anyone hear me now? It's showing.
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay. And do you still hear yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
Looks like we got you.
Yeah, we're good to go.
Yeah, it should just be mixing all my desktop audio now instead of the.
Yeah, but your own mic isn't your desktop audio. It's not giving you feedback, right?
Well, yeah, I have the Asus AI on that so that it doesn't do the echo thing because I had to turn that on since I'm running the doubled up streams. So I didn't want Discord to be playing you and then the delay coming back and it coming through my speakers. So I had to turn on
Yep.
the Asus AI thing, which actually works really good. I haven't heard any echo at all. So I'll switch back to Luke real quick while I look for a better example.
Hey, look, why don't you tell everyone here what you're doing?
Shenanigans. That's what I'm doing. Shenanigans. Um, the reality is, I'm assigning one of three stable bots I have to build in the next like week before Murph. So this one is going to go out to a client, and then another two will stay with me for show pieces. And then the third machine that I'll be bringing to Murph is a tool changer that's sitting in room yonder. It's a 500 by 500 tool changer. So should be pretty fun overall. Yeah, I only got a limited amount of time in the day to assemble this crap, so gotta get it done while the sun shines. But any questions are welcome about it. It looks really crazy and kind of bulky.
Whatever. That's not important right now.
But yeah. So any questions about the machine or anything like that as I bumble about my assembly process are more than welcome.
Some of the people are interested in how they can get into the voice channel.
So it's a private channel. Depending on what Rob wants to go, basically show up in general, and we can pull you guys in one by one, just so there isn't like a dozen people in here for chaos.
Yeah, we just don't want everyone talking at the same time. But anyone that wants to come in, either go into one of the
onto general.
The general channel and just tag Luke or Andrew, which is Mr. Suntory time.
Yeah, we'll just pull you in one by one.
I'm just adjusting another camera.
Printeroni with the 500 by 500 with my current size tool, which is fairly wide since it's using dual 50-15 fans. I can fit about 6 tools. If I were to size down the tool, so basically go with a single remote CPAP tool and then make all of the endpoints the same so it was blowing on that from the carriage, I could probably get 8 to 10. It's kind of stupid wide.
All right, I'm going to bring in Fisheye first, since he was here first.
Good. Welcome, Fisheye. How's it going? Oh, you're muted, Fisheye.
All right, you got 10 seconds to reply. I'm kicking you out.
Done.
There he is. Fisheye, please respond.
He's dead, Jim.
All right, putting you back in general until you figure this out. All right, Prince Roni, here you come. Hello.
What the hell is going on?
Pretty good.
Oh, there we go.
Hey.
How y'all doing?
Good.
Yeah, not too bad.
Good. Man, that stable bot's looking awesome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Went off looking for a hammer. My apologies. I did find the hammer though. Very important. A little bit of persuasion.
One thing that everyone really needs for doing any of this stuff, I think I saw Luke has them for sale on his site. Definitely need to get hand drivers.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, definitely need to get like
Yeah.
hand drivers like this because
They're the best.
you
We
try
got
to-
we've got like in the chat here, we've got like a double Luke.
what?
You have to mute
Oh.
your YouTube stream while you're talking on with us.
No, I mean I'm seeing two people's screens and Luke's on both, and I'm hearing multiple YouTube's
Right, because
closed.
you're in our Discord channel.
Yeah,
Yep.
you have to.
You gotta mute the YouTube one. And
Yeah,
then
no, yeah, sorry. I think the issue's gone now. I was YouTube's closed. I'm just seeing two versions of Luke in the video chat. I think somebody's
That's
got
normal.
Luke open.
One's me, and
Okay.
that's Rob. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I'll greet the people in the chat too. Hello, the light speed. I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good. We survived storm today.
See, but when
And
this
then,
is-
Go ahead.
oh, sorry. I have my video feed in Discord, so in case when anyone comes in, they can close YouTube and still see what's going on. So what that is, what you're seeing is I just put a small copy of my camera on the bottom left and Luke in large because I'm gonna start changing the extruder from when I snapped it because I'd gone away in a trip right after that happened, so I hadn't worked on it. But I wanted that to be like that so you could see what's going on without having to leave YouTube open just to make it easier. So that's why you were seeing doubles.
Perfect.
And then I got a question on Shiha. How do the CPAP fans work compared to their DC air pump that y'all made a few video on? Yeah, they're definitely noisy. They are loud, like crazy loud. I have one that I'm just about done testing that should bring down the noise quite a bit. It basically makes a much larger stack, so you can get the same airflow for less power and less noise. But yeah, they're noisier, but they deliver a metric butt ton of air. Very scientific unit, and I really like them for maximum speed printing. Pretty much anything. I can flick PLA across my bed as it comes out of the nozzle. The fan will actually flick it and blow it out. It's kind of fun.
Is that is that lower amplitude fan that you're talking about? Is that like a 9290 instead of the 72 whatever it is CPAP?
Yeah, it's like a WS something or other. Yeah, WS 9230 maybe.
Okay. Yeah, the 92s. Those are bigger.
Like a
Gotcha.
fat boy.
I didn't think those
Wow.
those. So you're saying it's just quieter for the same airflow?
Yes. Yes. It has
Awesome.
much better, much higher specific pressure. So for the restriction that's in the CPAP, you can run at a lower RPMs and still get the same airflow.
Very cool.
So if anyone
Yep.
wanted to see what that how that extruder broke, wait, trying to.
Hey Alex, you're in the chat.
That's I don't know if I
You might want to unmute yourself.
That's how the extruder broke.
Can you guys hear me now?
Hello?
Who is
Yeah, we can
this?
Fisheye or Randy Fisher.
Hey man.
Hey there.
Do you have any questions for Rob or Luke?
Not at the moment. Actually in the middle of fixing mine as soon as I get this cable tomorrow and just along for the information I receive.
Actually, you know what? Are you near your printer now?
Me? No, I am not.
So I would say one thing that you should check just for the hell of it is to I mean you made sure all your Z chains are the same tension and everything, right?
Yes.
Because he was having like a Z banding issue and like the back right corner was like dropping down. So first assumption was either a loose rub screw or a motor or something like that. But one thing just for the hell of it, while everything's apart, manually pull your gantry up and down. Don't go super fast. You'll like if you start seeing your BL touch light turn on or something like that, that means don't go any faster.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to blow anything with black back current. but run it all the way down from top to bottom, and if it has any jumps or anything, that means you might have a flat spot, like, or a broken tooth worn on the belt, which can happen sometimes.
All right, I'll check that next time I'm around it. I'll be that cable should be here tomorrow, so I should be able to work on it this weekend.
Cool.
Oh yeah, you went to the DL Touch cable, right? You ordered a few.
Yeah.
He had gotten
Yeah,
a,
so
he ordered a replacement BL touch cable for the main part, but it turned out it was the cable for the other part. So the cables from the machine I just converted to the same one over the weekend that I just converted to an umbilical toolboard. So it was like literally brand new cable that was never even used. So I just sent him that one, and now he's gonna try
oh
that,
nice.
and hopefully it's not the board.
Yeah, if it is the board, like I said, I still have that extra one laying around here. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it is going to be the board, and even if it was, honestly, I mean, if you have the spare board, change it. But you also, I can show you how to use a different output to do a servo control. Like I've actually managed to rig up. I can't remember if we used the fan output or if we rigged up the heater output to do servo control. It was pretty crazy, but we got it to work for Chris Tiny Machines actually.
all right, yeah, I'll text you as soon as I find out if it's the board or not, if it's working.
Because who wants to waste a good board? You know? Things are on cheap.
But yeah, this is not the 9,000 series or 7,000 series. I have a 13,000 series CPAP here, so I don't have anything loose. I don't have like the WS 70 somethings that I have in my shop. But this is like even the next tier up in case we really need something crazy, or you want a monstrous amount of airflow that the other two provide, but you want to lower it at a lower RPM to keep the noise down. So this is like the biggest one. I think this thing can take up to 200 watts power. 250, the driver says. So you can get 250 watts of just airflow cooling. Not a bit of fun.
Holy crap! Would you say the model on that is?
The WS 13125, I think.
Thank you.
13075.
Was that off Alley or was that?
Yeah.
Where'd you get that?
Yep.
Okay.
Really. Basically, just working on if it's needed, and if so, what places are good to start with. Basically, get a supplier, and then have that would be crap. So I try to validate everything on my store. It's basically one of the things I really try to stick to is that everything in my store I use and I validate. At least ahead of time.
So, one other thing too, I'm putting up STLs for either using, if you can order the VZ bot for 40. I'll post what it is with the STLs, or the 360 CF tubes to use it as back spar, or you order 10x10 pultruded carbon fiber, which this stuff is like insanely strong, and you just have to literally drill the holes in it like with a rail. I'm gonna see about maybe making an STL for a jig for it, or maybe trying to get them free drilled or anything. But obviously these work way better than the printed spar, and with the servos, this is probably gonna be a needed upgrade because
That's what's the diameter of the pultruded one? Looks a little thinner, right?
what? What'd you say?
I said, what's the diameter? Because that looks different than the VZ bot one.
This is 10x10, and this is 20x20. So you can do this. The problem, if you're gonna go for higher temp stuff, don't use this because these delaminate at a higher temperature. Use pultruded
Right.
if you're gonna go real hot. They're honestly both about just as strong. This one is nice because if you round out the corners, it slots right into the to the back of the arms. I'll grab an arm to show you.
Yeah, I want to see.
Find an arm. So instead of using the metal pieces that I send with the kit, you can use this, and it slots right in. And I mean, honestly, you could just put a nut on the back. You could use the double T-nut that I send, or heat certs. I mean, you could also do anything you want. It really doesn't matter as long as you have this fastened. But I like rounding it out on the edge because then it makes it super nice the way it just slots in, you know?
Yeah, it was nice.
I'm going to ask a pretty dumb question because I've actually never opened the bottom of the printer. Do you just lay it on its back and the bottom just tilts down?
Lay it on its right side. You don't want to lay it on its back because then you're going to have to remove the, you don't really have to remove the power plug, but it's still going to put pressure on it, but you're going to have to take off the air filter. So you always want to lay it on its right side. Is usually the easiest way to go about it. What's the main reason you want to take the? If you're doing like major stuff, it's easy to take the bottom off. Or if you buy a swivel socket, the really easiest way to work on this printer is to take the left and the right side off and use a swivel socket with a 4 millimeter Allen key, and just pop the bed right off. And it's like a 10-minute job with a swivel ratchet.
Okay, I just thought if it turned out that I had to change the board or did change the board, that I would have to get under it or to run that cable.
So, for changing the board, taking the bottom off is decent, but usually, honestly, what happens is you rotate the bottom away, all the wires are zip tied down and everything, you have to cut all the zip ties, and then when you're trying to put it back in, you get a wire wedged and stuck. So,
Yeah.
When you're doing like major...
ideally, you want to take everything out for the most part.
Yeah. So, you end up taking a lot of stuff apart anyway when you do that, but...
Okay, yeah, I was just looking for the easiest way to run that wire without having to undo everything.
Oh, so just take the 4 screws out of the black acrylic and take the 2 screws out of the metal bracket that holds the Z cable chain from flopping over to the side and pushing pressure on the acrylic.
I already have the outside of the bed taken off.
Okay, so yeah, if you have that off, you should be able to take off the right side panel and look in from there, and then take off the right bottom. So reach your arms in from the right bottom while you're looking in from the top. And that makes it the easiest way to see what you're doing. And the BL Touch is going to be basically almost dead center, closest to the bottom right of the board that's facing you. It'll be the two.
All right, cool.
It'll be just 3-pin and a 2-pin white connector, and it's literally you reach in and grab the closest to the bottom right edge of the board. The first 2 connectors you touch, that's the BL Touch connectors.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, the biggest pain in the butt is going to be running the cable through all the cable chains because
I've already
all those pieces come off.
Yeah, I've already popped them all off. Have them sitting in a bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
You don't need.
I take the lazy way out and I just cut the ends off and then I pull it through with the old cable and then just
there
it because I hate my thumbs get so sore from taking off those stupid clips.
Yeah, cable chains are so nice when they're together, but the second you have to touch them, you just want to kill yourself. It's awful. Oh.
Yeah, I always end up having to do cable chains like more than once too, like in one job. So I forget a cable.
Or if you have OCD like me, you have different lengths coming out at the end and it drives you nuts.
Well, eventually, once I get it working correctly, I'd like to get rid of the whole cable chain and do that board or whatever it is.
So, fuck all this then. Why even bother doing that? And you should have the toolboard on right now.
Yeah, that would be the easiest way to go about it. You just get a 10 millimeter cable chain for the rear on the gantry, and then you just run some Tech Flex from that point to the printhead.
How much does that usually run for the toolboard and everything?
It's like $65 for the toolboard, and then honestly, you don't even need to buy any wire. You take the stock heater wire and the stock thermistor wire. Stock heater does power, Stock thermistor does USB or CAN, whichever you'd rather use, and that's it. You're done. You know, you can take those
Yeah.
wires and you can literally run them out the back through the old USB port, and then up back in right next to the filament. You drill this little hole in the side of the fan housing, or Jake made an STL for me for a replacement of that. That's like a clamshell, so that you can open it and fit the wires with big connectors through, but still have it be a nice tight little grommet.
Okay.
You know, and that improves the printer a ton too, just because you get rid of all that flopping weight.
Yeah.
The 300's fine stock, honestly. I mean, people with the 300 don't need the gantry kit as bad or the umbilical as bad, but the 400 just really is just pushing the limits of that style.
Yeah.
Cable chain.
All that weight is just on the front, in certain parts of the bed with the cable chain drooping over.
That's part of the reason I have this stock one here that I'm gonna, the one that's right here, that I haven't touched it because I want to take a few videos showing there are some things you can do, like super ghetto with like cable ties in the back that really help a lot, but it's still 150, 200 millimeter second printer tops for good quality like that.
So is it this Klipper Toolboard version 6 with connector kit?
Correct.
Yeah, that 0.6.
All right, I'll pick that up on payday.
Payday. And then also get some TechFlex F9. That's like the split loom, like covering for the cables. And it's pretty rigid, but I don't know, your mileage may vary with the stock cables because the stock cables are just a bit heavier. If it's a bit heavier, then if you get like some like MIG wire, you can put it in there with the cables to keep it nice and
What?
I don't know, arced.
I should have some left over from. But I always buy it raw when I do these installs.
Oh yeah, you can just send you some if he has them.
I'm looking right now. I think I do. Damn it! I still didn't even finish unpacking.
I just put some F9 on mine because I had some stuff from my FISEC kit from my Voron. And it's just a little too droopy, but the F6 is tits. It's really good.
All right, cool. I'll write that down too. Yeah, I see the F6 on Amazon.
Yeah, just go with the cheapest option. I got the 25 foot. It'll be enough for any kind of build you do, honestly, because you only need like 2 to 3 feet each time.
I
Okay.
don't have the thick split loom. I have but it's expandable sheathing. It's
Yeah, but that stuff's such a pain in the ass to work with. I have spools of those.
Is it half-inch that I want or
Get the quarter inch. Get the quarter inch.
quarter-inch?
Yeah, because it expands. It just like it's coiled on itself, and the inner diameter measures about quarter inch, but it expands to like about an inch
Oh, yeah.
or half inch.
cool.
I can't remember.
Ken was just telling me the name of the tape they use because my customer had it because he builds like, you know, 6-figure show cars, and so everything has to be like perfect, and it's that black like one-time use tape. Like if you ever go to like work on like put a stereo in an old car, it's like that.
Yeah, automotive tape.
Yeah, but there's a special name for it for like the really good stuff. I gotta get the brand of it from him again because he told me about it, what it was yesterday. But that stuff is awesome. Makes everything look nice and pretty.
The fabric electrical tape for cars?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 3M fabric one is what I use on my Mustang.
So long.
John, you're not in chat.
He's not in chat.
He's in YouTube, but he's not in voice.
How's that even possible?
I'm telling him to come in here.
Oh, got it. I thought you were talking about someone that we were just talking to. Got it. Never mind. Oh, excellent way to kill a motor is what I just did.
Plugging it in while everything's hot.
No, leaving a. No, I do that all the time. That only kills the motor. Well, that kills the driver like 1 out of every 10 times you do it.
Yeah, definitely more than drivers.
But I got a pile of dead hubbins to prove it.
I honestly have done it so many times, and I've never broken anything. Knock on wood.
Yeah, no, it'll happen eventually.
Don't say that, man.
The,
I got a good streak going.
But I just had my extruder motor leaning up against the hot ends while the hot end's set to 312 degrees. So
Oof.
I can't even pick.
Sure, that's fine for it.
I can't even touch it right now. It's so hot.
Sure, that's perfectly fine for it.
Yep. I hope I don't melt my belt that it's leaning on right now.
Do you have any experience or like opinion on the smaller like the orbiter motor sized tool boards that have been coming out by like Big Tree Tech and Mello and stuff that are a little smaller than the Hubud?
Don't do it.
Don't do it?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Sorry.
I have a few, and I'm gonna be testing them really soon. So I'll definitely post my findings, but the main concern is heat dissipation on the driver. And the one thing I noticed on it too, which kind of irked me, is they have a MOSFET for the fan that is socketable. So it doesn't work without it. And it kind of sticks out from the back in an awkward way, which is kind of, I felt like an afterthought, honestly.
Flapping in the breeze.
Yeah.
That's sort of odd. Is that the Mello one?
Yeah, it's the mellow one. I don't know if the Big Tree Tech has one already integrated or what, but the fact that they had to socket it makes me think that there just wasn't enough heat dissipation to have it on the board.
So one of their main sticks, though, for like the flyboards and stuff, is that they have the socketed fan things in the first place. So it's actually one of like their brand features, I'd say, right?
Oh,
Because like the
okay.
Gemini boards all have socketed.
You see, because like I have
headers
not
as well.
had any experience with them, with any of their boards or peripherals, honestly. So that was just like my first foray into it. So okay, that makes sense now.
I don't think it has a place on a tool head personally, but
Right.
it's definitely at least on brand for them.
Okay. No, I don't disagree with it being like on like a board in like the electronics bay, but something that's really moving pretty quickly. I don't know how much I trust it staying on there.
So
Yeah.
I've been looking like heavily into the difference between them, and you know, some things are really nice about it. They definitely did not approach rating it the proper way, because they were just going off the limits of the connector, and they're not using genuine connectors. This hard plastic connector is not a good idea. I mean, I don't like that. Other than that, it's not a horrible board, but I have numerous clients that are running toolboards that, you know, they asked me about it, and I told them, I was like, I have no hard feelings, you know, give it a shot if you want. And they tried it because it was cheaper, and none of them that are running in enclosed machines were able to keep them on. If you have an open air machine, it's probably be all right, but a lot of them had overheating issues because they just.
So the one I have actually has like a legitimate connector on it.
It does what?
The tool boards that I got are the 36 millimeter ones, and they actually have the legitimate Molex microfit connectors.
So you have Mellow or BTT? I bought the BTT one to check it out.
I got the mellow ones.
Okay, so yeah, the BTT one, at least the one that I got, has this.
Yeah, the fat one.
It's this hard plastic.
So interestingly enough, that actually made it onto the can board that.
Yeah, the can board
they
has
sell.
both.
Yeah.
The can board looks decent. I don't know why they bothered leaving the ability to run CAN signaling over USB, because if you're going to run USB, just run USB. USB is at least designed to deal with, you know, the deal with some noise, you know. But CAN bus is not designed to not have its hardware differential layer, so I don't even know how that they expect that to really work. But technically, you could plug in, you could take that that CAN bus board adapter, and plug a USB from the USB to the USB input on the Octopus, flash the Octopus as CAN bus, but using the USB PB8, PB9 pins, which I believe are the ones that are for the Octopus, even though those are the actual CAN ones for the Hovid, and run it with the CAN bus layer over the hardware, over the USB hardware, which is like, makes no freaking sense. So that's, you know, I mean, like I said, I think they just kind of threw the kitchen sink and tried to add a bunch of stuff, and some stuff's cool, but overall, I mean, if you're looking for the most reliable, not just because it's the fact that it's what, you know, we sell, and you have high temp, I would honestly stick with that for now. Maybe they're gonna, when they come out with a new revision, it'll probably be a lot better. There are some other things that I'm just not going to get into publicly, but I will never tell any of my patrons or any of my clients to run the specific boards that I've looked at. The other thing I didn't like is the fact that you don't have a choice between which MCU you get. I guess if you buy directly from them, you can as a vendor maybe, but I know a lot of people were just getting random ones, and then there was some issues with the the CAN bus implementation on one of them, which I think is fixed now, but just
Yeah, I can say for a fact that I got the F072 MCU on mine. On both, I should say.
And how did it work out for you?
I mean, it seems to be working okay so far. I haven't printed with it yet, but I'm just going through the motions of everything and tested everything. Everything seems to be functioning. So I'm just going through.
I can't remember. I feel like it was like a lower number, like FO6 or FO7 or something. I really haven't followed much because I once again I don't install them because I can't stand behind it. So I'm not, you know.
Right.
Now, if everyone I had known had installed them and said they ran great in high temperature, I probably would condone it a little more. But that's my only real issue with it at this current point. Besides one other thing that I found that just adds to the thermal ability. I mean, it actually was an attempt to try to make the board work better for extruders, believe it or not, but they didn't think of the ramifications of the changes that they made.
Right.
I'm sorry. What was the MCU you said you had on the Mellow Fly toolboard?
Here, let me give me a minute. Let me log into my system and check for you.
Sure. I'm looking at mine right now. It's STM32F072.
That should be the one then.
Okay, gotcha.
And that's the mellow board?
Yep.
Yeah, that should be
Yeah,
the one.
I just bought one just to
Isn't that
just
the
to
one
see
that didn't have
how it
support at
compares.
one point?
I don't actually know. It's possible. I didn't follow CAN until just like a few weeks ago, or maybe a month or two ago. So it's possible they just added it, like shoehorned it in.
Oh, it's really easy for me to check. I'll just look at the last Klipper comments.
Added what?
They fixed the CAN bus implementation. It was broken.
I just like there's CAN bus pass through now.
Did you actually try that yet?
I've not had chance to, but these machines will actually be the first I use with that because these all have octopuses, and we'll get Hoveds.
I'm really hoping it improves the max homing speed with multi-MCU homing because
that'd be cool.
I'm abusing that right now, and it technically should because now it's not. It's getting rid of one node, you know.
Yep.
They're staying in sync directly instead of going through the PI.
Yep. Or at least for homing mode, just have it so they talk directly instead. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have had a bed crash when I was at 500% while I was homing.
Oops.
I still forgot to. I have to message Kevin about that because that's like so crazy.
It's weird behavior. I definitely would expect that.
It's definitely something overlooked because no idiot sets their homing speed. I mean, their multiplier to 500%.
That's true. Yeah, it's kind of really, really high.
And you know, and you probably usually most people have they home slow like you're supposed to. You know, I try to break things because if I'm gonna set my customers stuff to 200 because they want it to go fast, so I'm gonna run mine at 300 to make sure, you know, just in case, because I can't, you know, I can't afford to have to buy a plane ticket to go fix something because I set it up wrong. But even at, like I said, if you have your homing set for like 50 millimeters, 100 millimeters a second, and you set it to 150%, you probably would never notice. I never noticed it in the past, unless it's something that got changed by accident. Maybe when multi MCU homing got done is very possible actually, because I would think that over this many years, someone else would have noticed it. Oh, they added 4 kilobit bootloader for the for the 32F1 and F0.
Yeah, that's a can boot, I believe.
I thought that was 8 kilobit offset for the F103 anyway. It is 8 kilobit offset for the F103. Maybe for, I guess for the F1 and 0, I guess they're or lighter, I guess. STM32 use TME bits to find CAN bus TX mailbox. Flash can add USB support. Get the hell out of here.
We got a question from Tedla's man about the tungsten carbide nozzles. If I could put those up.
What about them?
Just wants to know how they came out.
Good. Just missing the 0.4s. No, I mean, you know, the 0.6s, 0.8s actually look really good. There is some, I guess from the final polishing, there was like some little, not like a burr, like, you know, when you, yeah, I guess a burr, like a tiny, tiny little flap, but it's not really connected because all I did was I took a nozzle, like when you get a clogged nozzle cleaner, like the little needle, and just shoved it through, and it cleared it out. But other than that, they look pretty much perfect. I'm actually gonna try to print with one, maybe right now. I was putting this other extruder on, so maybe I'll just throw a 0.6 on and just play with it. Yeah, so this is almost looking like they're setting up so we can flash the new bootloader for CAN bus over USB instead of having to use an STM30 an ST link. Unless I'm misunderstanding what I just read, but I just looked real quick. That'd be really cool.
I've just been for the metal boards, I had to do the DFU, which has been working okay.
Oh, so you didn't use the ST link?
No, I don't have one currently, but haven't needed to use it, I guess.
DFU works. I mean, I never bother using the ST link on the Octopus boards. I just use the DFU for them too. And when I was trying to learn how to use the ST link, I had to use the DFU a few times. But then if you brick something with the DFU, the ST link is pretty much the only guaranteed way to save it.
Right.
I just realized I should have tweeted this out. Damn it. Unlucky.
That's all right. It's the first time, and you know, if it starts sticking with the same thing and have kinks worked out, more people will end up joining in.
So John's telling us we can flash Klipper to have it over CAN bus now.
Yeah, can boot.
That's what we're. I hate when I pick things up and play with them, and then I need them. I've been looking for my orbiter gears since before this stream started.
Okay, I could not find any 5mm drill bits, so I just had to order 10 pack on Amazon, just so I have enough for next time.
They're probably just rolling on the ground underneath some sort of structure, and you just can't find them.
I mean, in fairness, the last time I saw them was when I moved, or before I moved. So, I mean, they could be in Narnia. by now.
Totally.
Whatever. It's just that I was looking everywhere because I wanted to get started and build some stuff. So instead, I drilled all of my boards with a 4.9mm and just wallowed it out, get to the right size. Whatever.
If it works, it works.
Yeah. Definitely my governing philosophy.
Screw it. I'm just gonna take a new one. Sucks. Oh, so cool thing is I'm gonna be most likely picking up a 500mm rat rig on my way back from my Virginia trip coming up.
Exciting.
Yeah, either I'm gonna do it on the Virginia trip, which is coming up very soon, or wait a little bit and do it on the way back from North Carolina. But either way, that's gonna be right before the first week of July. Hopefully, I should have it. And I'm gonna
Great.
be either making a different version of the gantry, just a carriage, that's gonna try to have compatibility with all of them, including Luke's machine, or if that's not in the cards, then it'll just have to be a different version.
Yeah, mine might be a little bit challenging just because I went with kind of goofy geometry to accommodate my goal of all laser cut sheet metal parts to start off with. So that's just kind of had to make some unique compromises from a structure standpoint. That's why these giant thrust plates here are kind of funny, where the top level of this extrusion is lower than the rest of it instead of a nice square frame. But it means that in a lot of different cases, it's easier to self-fabricate since you can make it out of just a flat plate, like a bandsaw if you really have to. Kind of just one of the things I was really trying to go for.
What are the thickness of those plates? Those look beefy.
So another part of the design, since it's intended for laser cutting, is that every plate here is thickness agnostic. All of the control surfaces are based off of the extrusion, which is always held in the same place every time. So this particular machine is 8mm thick. That is what the customer had on hand and machined. So they did their own plate machining. The parts that I'm getting from Mandala is Mandela, whatever its pronunciation is. Those are just a bit smaller than 1/4-inch stock, but you can go anywhere from 10mm to 3 if you really want to. So yeah, because everything is thickness agnostic. It does not matter how thick it is. Obviously, if you want to go for a large machine, you do want thicker for that extra strength and rigidity. But from a design standpoint, just pick whatever is convenient, whatever is local to you.
Very cool. And those are 40/40s on the uprights.
So there's a 40/40 hoop, which goes on the edge here for a lot of strength. I'm missing some of the corner panels, but you can kind of see how it is. And then the rest of it is 20/40.
Awesome.
How powerful laser do you think you need to cut those?
But fairly powerful. You definitely would need to probably have a local shop, or I mean, you can do it with the CNC router though too at the same time. Like this could be cut on MPCNC if you wanted to.
Well, what I'm getting at is how heavy you think that would be, that laser. You think a 50-watt laser would do it, or you would need to be like a 100-watt CO2 or something crazy?
Maybe a CO2. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be metal. You can make it out of heavier plastic if you really wanted to. I don't know how strong that would be. I definitely wouldn't do it myself. But
I played with putting those reality laser heads on the on my other machines that I built before too, and I have that extra clamp on the tool head. So I've been curious to what the most compact, powerful laser I could get is.
yeah,
You want a fiber laser?
Yeah.
Fiber, yeah.
How heavy is a fiber laser?
What is that noise?
Me tapping the pinion. I don't like hitting it hard, and I don't lock my gantry because I don't want to be pushing on my belts. So it takes a bunch of taps because to put the pin in for the latch, and then I turn around. It's usually the hand driver and just tapping like almost like using like a center punch, just a few more. But I just don't like hitting hitting it hard. So
I feel like I should know specifically what kind of laser should be able to cut aluminum, but it's been something that I've just so far abstracted out. It's just I know lasers cut things, and I rely on other people to know what the hell laser cuts.
It really shouldn't. It should be okay to be pretty heavy too, because of the fact that it's not like you use high feeds. They move slow.
Well, it depends how powerful the laser is. But
I mean,
anyways, the whole goal is to be able to start with sheet and no machining, other than the tapping process is really the only necessary machining, drill and machine or bandsaw or whatever it is.
When you're cutting metal, though, it's not a fast laser, basically. If you're doing like whatever that stupid thing is that everyone buys to make their arts and crafts, doing like that.
Are you talking about like the glow forge?
Yeah, the glow forge. That thing flies, but. Like
Hello, John.
Hey, hold on a second.
Hello, John.
How are you guys doing tonight?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
I mean, you could always put a water jet machine.
Yep.
Yeah, you can just go down to the local Walmart and pick one up.
I'm just thinking about like a cheap mod that you could throw on top of an existing 3D printer, because like they have that Dremel one and all those other Kickstarters that always do it. I was just curious how much power it really.
There's going to be some forces that a 3D printer frame and gantry won't be able to put up with doing that sort of thing.
The stable bot would.
He's laughing.
I'm fairly confident I could do some subtractive manufacturing on this thing.
Very slowly though, right?
Yeah, it's not a full size mill or anything, but it is definitely intended to use the ASMBL module at like almost like very fast speeds.
Luke, I think you could beat someone to death with that frame.
A laser's not loading anything up though, you know what I mean? The laser's got no chatter or feedback. It's just got to be able
a laser would be perfect, yeah.
But yes, I could definitely beat someone to death with my frame. But honestly, you could beat someone to death with just about anything: a shoe, a light bulb, some crackers, if you really felt like it.
I mean, you really think the laser would be more than like? You really think it would be like a 10-pound laser? I don't.
Oh, who cares if it's a 10-pound laser? You just have to beef up because you'd be bootstrapping. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure what all you need, but yeah, the whole goal is that flat plate cut, however you choose to cut it, whether it's a water jet at the local makerspace or MPCNC that you printed out and then put together, or you got a buddy with a plasma cutter or a friend with some bandsaw, and you painstakingly hand do it. The plates don't necessarily have to be aluminum if you wanted to start out. There's a lot of I tried to do my best to make sure that I'm using strong joints. Like in the front here, this front corner is put together. It's held together by bolts in the front here on this side, and then ties that into the rest of the frame. So I try to use all the strong points instead of just like corner plates like the rat rig. I don't know if a rat rig frame. I don't think it has any joints where it bolts directly into the extrusion into tapped holes in the side pieces.
I get it. I'm gonna buy a rat rig, so yep.
Well, that depends. Do you want to know the scoop about how bad the frame is, or not? Should I wait till after you own one first?
I hope it's really bad.
Okay, well, here's a story we shared late last year. A guy built a 500 and it was on his counter, and it was working really good. So he thought, you know what, I'm going to move it to the floor, because when you open the 500 up, it's almost 1,700 millimeters tall, like 1.7 meters, right? So he let it sit on the floor overnight, and the next day he went to use it, and it wouldn't work. Like, it was all out of alignment. Yeah, the frame, as it was unsquare, he had no idea what happened. So he picked it up, put it back on the counter where he built it, and 2 hours later he found the frame had squared itself magically again. And that's when we looked into it, discovered that their aluminum extrusion is made from a softer composite, and it flexes and bends.
I don't think that's their aluminum extrusion. I think that's all aluminum extrusion from China. But yeah, I can see that. So,
I have no idea. They had a photo where they buy 7-8 pallets at a time. They brought in an entire floor of a warehouse of it. So
the stock Troubleshooting ones are soft too. That's why I'm glad they use 30-30.
Ah.
But
I did appreciate that when I got my Troubleshooting. It was 30-30.
Panels are going to get way more strength. That's why a railcore uses 15-15 with panels. It's something like going from like a 15-15 to 30-30 is something like 15 or 20% more rigidness. Meanwhile, adding the panels is like 90% more. Steve White has the specs on the Railcore official website. But it's just, just think of trying to rip a piece of paper laying flat. It's just having that strength in that plane. If you have it fastened securely, thin sheet metal plates would be the ultimate upgrade for any machine.
Yep. So this thing, the panels, you can get them in either acrylic or the aluminum. If you use like online services like Suncut Zen or like Factory or something, it's actually cheaper to get the aluminum side panels than if you get the laser cut acrylic in the same thickness.
We're
kind of funny.
actually thinking about making for the Troubleshooting and for Borons, maybe a few other printers, a metal panel kit. Or maybe at least just the two side panels. For the Troubleshooting, I was thinking about making, all the panels to help people that are trying to get to higher temp. But I don't know how much interest there would be in something like that. Because, honestly, and this is like suicide to say this, but when you put the Troubleshooting next to the Boron, it's like, it makes the Boron look like...
It's a DIY machine.
Look like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito.
Ah!
That's
Yeah, I got them. I got two of them side by side right now. Actually, I could probably send a picture.
Yeah, put a picture up of that. It's like comical. And then when you go to pick it up, it's just like, it's insane the difference in the weight. The Troubleshooting 400 is like 90 pounds or 95 pounds, I think.
Yeah, I have a 300 Trident next to a 400 Troubleshooting. Size is crazy.
It's like, it's literally comical. bought all this damn filament. No one's buying it.
I thought you stocked up
Excuse.
tech. Why would people not buy 3DX tech?
No, they do, but I mean, I just I had a big order for James Lawick in Australia, so I put in like another $8,000 order in filament. So I literally have I mean, I did a little like lens post on Patreon today's show. I have like 30 kilograms of HTN and you know, 30 of glass fiber ABS that came in, and I already still had a bunch of stuff up on the walls and you know, a bunch of ASA and carbon fiber nylon, like just all the other stuff. So it you know, but I have clients that buy it in spurts. Like I have one guy that'll buy, you know, 10 rolls of glass fiber ABS, you know, at a time. Or you know, this guy I think he's in Egypt or something like that he does the same thing. He'll order a lot because the shipping's so expensive.
Makes sense.
This
If you're gonna order it, bring a bigger box.
down too, so hopefully he'll take a lot.
Hey, Luke, so did you really mean it when you said we could ask you anything?
I mean, I never said that I'll answer everything.
Well, this is not as bad as that sounds. So since you're on video and you're in your shop, can I see the parts you printed for me today?
Uh-oh.
Hey, I thought that's a fair question. You know what I mean? It's off the wall, but hey. Robert, the servos on the machine you're playing with?
Huh? What?
On the machine you're working on, is that the one that has the servos on it?
Yep.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I would
Oh,
never,
something
I
popped
would
off.
never dock my Euclid probe at 500 millimeters a second with regular steppers.
You know, I have an idea for your homing script. I've got to play with it a little bit, but I think I have a way to potentially help you with that one.
What's that?
What if, as part of the start print script, we save the printer state, then look up whether you've got a multiplier on or not, cancel the multiplier off, do the home, and then put the multiplier back and restore the printer state?
I just
Good idea.
I home on the opposite pin, then I have it do the G32 with the probe, and then I have it do a probe move on the center, and then do a set G code offset to 0 right there. And this way I can still use the baby stepping and save to the probe, and it never affects my end stop position, and I can still do super fast homes just on that corner end stop on the side. So it gives me really the best of both worlds. The only time it would mess anything up is if someone tried to manually set a separate G-code offset. But that would screw anything up anyway. So honestly, there really is no downside to doing it that way. Until they allow us to set two separate end stops for the same axes, I think that's the best solution, because everything else gives recursive errors.
No. What I'm talking about, Rob, is looking for your speed multiplier for when you're doing these speed tests.
Oh, that completely went over my head. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so what we do is we save the printer state, look for the multiplier, cancel it to 0, do the home, put the multiplier back, restore the printer state, and then continue on.
I follow, yeah. That does make sense. I want to, honestly, I think, like how we talked about, really, all the homing scripts should be redone so that, like, when you do a G28 should be G32. It should be replaced, or G32 replace G28 in your code, and it should be where it checks. And if position is already set, if it was already been homed, it doesn't bother rehoming.
It's an easy enough check. There's no reason not to.
That's what I mean. It's just a get printer config. and just a get printer, and then check to see if there's values set.
Yeah, well, you got to look for X, Y, and Z because it's possible to only have partial accesses homed, right? But yeah, it's easy enough.
Whichever accesses aren't home to get thrown in to get thrown in that variable. So it'll run G28 with X, Y, or Z, and then if it has none of them, it just simply runs just the Z, because the Z is the one you always want to redo, no matter what, just because of safety.
I was also thinking of not having that in the script, but actually having that in the G28 or G32, whatever route you decide to go, where it would check to see if it was homed first. And if it was, then it would skip over those steps.
Second time you did it tonight. That's exactly what I just said.
Oh, no, I thought you said as part of the start script.
No, I was saying you choose whichever you want to replace, either G28 or G32, and make it. That is the command. It just doesn't bother. There's no reason to ever redo it, and especially if you're going to go to a closed loop system, it becomes even more irrelevant. Like just.
Yeah.
Just
No,
redundant.
sorry, Rob. There's a lag in what you're sharing with me, so we have a delay between the two of us.
Oh, just mute your YouTube and then just join the Discord chat only.
That's
audio.
what I have.
Oh.
Some of your parts here, at least. I know you can't see it, and I don't really want to mess with my camera focus. I'll take some photos for you.
Cool.
Those are the legendary prints that we're waiting for.
Yes.
Yeah, the long-awaited prints. Focus.
Overhangs are satisfactory.
What is long awaited? It's only been a week? Is that long awaited?
Considering how often you contact me, yes.
There's some really, there's some really good new settings. Super Slicer now.
Is there a new one out today?
I didn't pay attention to when it actually came out, but there's some really, really nice stuff.
I just checked like the other day, and there wasn't a new one, so it must have just happened the last like 3 days.
I mean, it might have been a week or two ago for when it happened. It's just there's just some really, really. I'm gonna go over in a minute. And...
Have you seen Bamboo Slicer?
No, I didn't.
Dude, they added a lot of stuff in there. Like now they have like percentages for like all sorts of different parameters, like overhang speeds. So if you have an overhang over X degree, it does one thing. If you have an overhang over Y degrees, it does a different thing. Like you can set it on a granular level for that. It's like one of the many things they expanded. And they started from Prusa Slicer or Super Slicer, one of the two. So it actually should be easy to roll back into the community stuff if they don't release it as open source, since they already said that they straight up pulled it from open source slicers.
How the hell can they base it off of Slicer and not go open source?
I think they're planning on releasing it when they're done with their Kickstarter.
Okay.
I think that's the story.
Technically, we can request for the source code and they have to give it, I think.
Yes. That's how that's supposed to work anyways.
I'm sending
Have-
an email.
Have you
Well,
guys used Craftware Pro? By far, that is the most control I've ever seen in any slicer.
What Slicer?
Craftware Pro. It actually has a built-in CAD program, and it has a bunch of other printers other than Craftware included in it. But I mean, they have down to like percentages on anything you can adjust.
Interesting.
Hey Rob, so I'm looking at the Super Slicer Git right now, and I don't see anything past like March.
No, it's been like a month, and I talked to Merrill the other day. He's had COVID. He's recovering.
So
Oh, is that
It
why?
might have been, like I said, it might have been
Okay.
added, a little bit. I'm not saying like it happened in the past few days. I'm just saying that the stuff that the last additions to Super Slicer, like one thing that's been for a little while now is just the granular acceleration control, and being able to have your moves choose to use the deceleration with the target. That's huge. The
Excuse me.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've used it a bit, but I'm not really sure how I'd go about utilizing it, if you will.
you just check the box.
I just posted that slicer in general chat.
Thank you.
Check the box. Where's the box located?
Decelerate with target accelerations, which basically means, because the problem before was if you had travel acceleration set to like 10,000 and then you had a perimeter acceleration set to 4,000 or 2,000 or whatever it was,
Oh yeah, I have that.
then the problem is you're coming in from the travel, you're decelerating, even though decelerating doesn't exist. You're in case anyone's like a smartass, you're accelerating to a stop at 10,000, so then you're going to ring coming into that start of the print, versus you want to decelerate at the lower speed so that you don't resonate, and ring or ghost or whatever. You follow?
Yeah, I had that. I already had that enabled. I might have not even noticed the
Yeah,
difference because it's like was already enabled.
Definitely turn that on immediately as well.
That's that's like that was one good one.
I mean, my corners are crisp as fuck, but that's probably for that, right? From that.
Yep. So well, Kurosumu's been here for a little while. They added more. Where was it? Oh, manually being able to set the wall thickness versus going off how many perimeters.
Yep.
That's
Right.
nice.
What do you usually run for your like shell thickness?
I usually, it depends on the client, honestly, what I'm doing. I have some clients that are printing giant animals that they want like just 3 perimeters, and I have some that are doing, a lot of the automotive guys, they think it's plastic, so it's weak, so they want like 5-10 perimeters. They're nuts. They want, like tons of infill because it's plastic. They don't trust it. But another setting that got added, fuzzy skin, which I don't care about that. But the overlapping external perimeters, one thing you got to make sure is that added also for all perimeters. You used to be able to turn on just as a Boolean, just on or off. Now you actually have percentage to set for the external and for the rest of them. You used to be able to, originally it was just the one, and then we complained that it made prints look bad because it would over extrude. Then you could choose just do the external and then, or all of them. Now you can choose what percentage to do in each of them. But the problem is, if you don't define it, I've been seeing a lot of people's configurations having it set to 1%. Somehow, because of the fact that it was a checked box, it was a 1 in the code is what I'm assuming happened. So now it's reading that same memory statement and it's a 1, so it's filling the box with 1%. So
that makes sense.
I would check yours and see what it's set to.
Mine's at 100 right now. It's been at 100.
And what about also for all the perimeters?
0.
Okay, so I guess you probably had set it when it started allowing the percentage for the 1 amount before it had both of them. But you should set for all perimeters at like default is like 20%, but I usually do like 30.
All right, I'll give it a go.
Yeah, that
100% for overlapping. External is fine, right?
What? What did you ask?
I said overlapping for external perimeter is okay with 100, right?
No, I would do that at like 80 or 70.
70.
Basically, you're telling it can allow to try to fit 2 perimeters in one spot, pretty much. The idea is when you have a wall that's varying wall thickness, and say it's cutting down from being able to fit 2 to being able to fit a little bit less than 1. If you don't have that enabled, then it's all of a sudden going to jump to 1 and just be 1 thick. If you have it enabled, it'll let them squeeze into their space a little bit. Technically, solid infill is only usually around like 94% anyway because of the way the extrusions work and they have little air gaps around it. That's why most slicers, when you set your infill to 100%, they actually modify it to 94%. But you want it to be able to compress it a little bit, but you don't want to do it so much that it's going to make bulgy, nasty overhangs. Yeah, so 100% would basically allow it to try to put two perimeters in the same physical space, which would create horrendous over extrusion. So, and
See.
like, when it's only two perimeters, when you can get away with a lot more. It's the same reason when you're printing like a brim and you're a little too low. The first line around the brim looks okay. The second one looks semi-okay. Then it gets the third, fourth, fifth, sixth. All of a sudden it's bubbling up and looks like crap. It's because now it's got people on both sides basically, and it's getting squished. It can't. The first line can spread both directions. It's like being able to spread your arms both ways, and then next scenario you have someone on one side, you can only spread to the one way, and then each time a little more percentage is building up until it finally becomes too much, and then now it has to start bubbling up because there's just no place for the filament to go. So it starts randomly creating those little bubbles because it's pushing, pressure builds, then it releases and creates a little bubble, and then it actually loses adhesion, believe it or not, because the filament walks and rolls on the platter.
Yeah, I've experienced that for sure.
With that, a Klipper tool board, where does it mount on the hot end?
So
There's many ways to mount it depending on like what printhead you're running, like if you're doing stock or A3dp one. But Rob will show you his right now.
Yeah, I'm running the Orbiter version 2 with the Mosquito hot end.
Okay. Well, I actually have a mount in the GitHub if you don't want to download that.
Okay.
It just mounts to the back. For the standard hub, you're going to mount it on the 2 points on the corners.
yeah, you can mount it just on the stock motor too.
Yeah, you can do that too.
I use
Okay.
it
You'll
with,
need standoffs, but the print has the standoffs built in, so up to you. I mean, you'll need standoffs anyways, I should say.
Yeah, I have a
No matter what you do.
for if you're using the gantry kit, and then there's also like I said, there's a bunch of other ones on. He has the Mr. Suntory Time GitHub, the A3dp mods repo, which has a bunch of stuff in it, and then
And I was looking, I need a cannabis kit to go with the pot.
you don't need to.
So he'll send you if you want. Do you have one, Rob? The USB adapter?
I'm not.
Because that's the best way to go forwards with it.
All right, I'm gonna get like shamed for this. Every single one of my clients that are running a single board, I take a old USB cable charger or whatever. I cut it, green wire to can high, white wire to can low. Cut the trace on the board, switch it to USB, and there you go. Just run a USB link over unshielded, ghetto fabulous, untwisted cable, and it works.
I mean, if it works, man.
I tested
Ghetto
it.
fabulous.
I literally tested it up to 30 meters when Bondus was first, when he wasn't so sure about it, so I was looking into it, and the limit was the wave propagation and how much time it has for the signal to come back. So you actually just start losing maximum bandwidth. It's nothing to do with transmission or noise, believe it or not. USB is decent packet retransmission, and it's fast enough, and we're not running enough bandwidth where we're anywhere near any types of limits of even USB 1.0. So for a single board on now don't try to wrap the cable around motors in your power supply, but if you run the cable semi-decent, you're going to have no issues running USB. I personally like CAN bus myself, but I can't spend other people's money, so I don't tell them, but I would run, honestly, shit, man, just if you want, run USB, and then wait till, we're going to have really cost-effective can breakout boards that are going to inject the power and do everything for you into pre-made cable. It's going to be really nice.
Yeah, so the option is like you can get a really thin, long USB cable, a micro USB to USB-A, run it through USB, or you can get to that way that Rob was saying, is cut the traces and just like cut the end of the cable off and put it in the microfit connector.
Super easiest way is what he just said, though. Just order from Amazon. Like a.
It's the easiest way to get started for sure.
Order like a 2-meter cable, or I mean,
I've been building computers for 40 years, so I have plenty of USB cable.
Yeah, so if
So
you have a long enough cable,
the
just
one
run a
thing
micro
is
USB right into the plug.
the one thing is you have to run parallel cables for power though at the same time.
Okay.
But take your old heater cable and use that for power, and then just plug a micro USB into it, and you're done.
Yeah.
You know, and then when we come out with that other breakout board, it's awesome because you'll connect 2 wires to your 24-volt power supply to grab power, and then you'll plug it into your Raspberry Pi, and then you'll have a wire that plugs right into the oven, and it's got a full CAN bus link, which, you know, I mean, if you were telling me you're doing like 15-day prints, I would probably maybe lean towards telling you, you know what, it's worth the extra, you know, couple bucks for the security of having CAN bus, you know, or if you were in a commercial place with something like, you know, really noisy environment with like air compressors and stuff running and EMI all over, who knows? It is definitely going to be the safer route. But a genuine micro USB cable is shielded, so that should be fine, you know, in that
Okay.
application as well.
So I can either do the USB or the CAN bus
Yeah.
route. Okay.
But for the simplest, safest, technically is actually USB cable or actual
All right.
CAN bus setup, not making my ghetto rig.
Yeah, I have plenty of really long cables. So.
And it's free if you already have them.
Okay, I'm looking at the toolboard now. Now I see the USB port. I didn't see it before.
And if you get bored, I can always show you how to do the USB or how to switch to CAN. The other thing that's
Luke
nice
is still building the frame.
You don't have to do anything about
Yeah, I messed up.
bootloader or
Fine.
nothing.
Where are you now, Luke? Share with us.
Back motor mounts. I attach the right hand side here. You know, half of the battle is just getting the right tools for the right job. The motor mount
That helps, right?
Yep. I actually wound up putting 2 of the tooth idlers instead of 1 tooth idler, 1 smooth idler. So, not happy with myself on that one. But now this rear is done. Front right transfer idler casing is done. Maybe next time we'll have an over the head ceiling. I don't know, something to point down. But
how much does this kind of kit cost? This exact build?
Honestly, a lot of it depends on where you get your parts and how thick they are, what you want to source, right? So this is standard 2020, 24 aluminum. You can get this from Misumi. By the way, this is all going to be open source. I have a calculator that should help you, you know, size all of your rails, your bed, the wattage of your bed, the extrusions, all of the corner pieces, same regardless of the size of the machine.
But the assembly instructions cost $400.
Yeah. No. I'm just trying to think here. What
I
else
thought
could really
the
depend?
instructions cost $10K and Luke flies out for 2 days.
No, that's me.
You know, to build it yourself, I'm using Xylotech rails in this. For this particular build, just from a time standpoint, they was able to provide. So like the rails were, I think, $400, $300 for this machine, since it's 6 total rails, 2Y, 3Z, 1X. All of the idlers are genuine. So if you want with gates for everything, you're looking at $6 a pop per idler for 12 idlers. It's T12 lead screw, which isn't that much more expensive. I didn't go with the fancy machine bed. So like if Mandela wants to design a bed, it'll probably be like the same as a rat rig bed, whatever that scaling is. So but
Won't be
my
the same
bed for this
quality
was
as
like,
rat rig though.
no, that'll be a lot better. So
Yeah,
my
what's all this
beds are
crap that
actually
people
just
are
like
saying?
standard mix 6. Like I get it from Midwest Steel Supply. I pop
Right.
3 holes in it. It's a rectangular piece they cut. Super simple.
People are
I've heard
saying
great
that,
things about their beds.
People are saying like the rat rig is. It's like crazy how you know, from one side you hear rat rig, you know, blows, and the other side you hear like rat rig is like super stable, and just stock rat rig, 1,000 millimeters a second, man. Yeah. Or no, whatever that speed was for that thing. What was that video with the no stops or slowdowns or whatever? The vase mode thing?
Yeah. All I got to tell you, Rob, is you're going to know for yourself pretty quickly.
I mean, that's cheating, but but it is still, listen, it's still cool. It's still a feat, but I mean, all right, well,
I agree with you if you're not trying to claim that is an example of the speed that you can print your average print at.
Yes, that's exactly. It's cool, but was there a bug in Fluid that it reported the volumetric wrong?
It's not that you. I'm not sure if I shared this privately with a couple of people, but if you watch the video as it flips over, the screen is static. The speed doesn't change, nothing changes. It's a still photo.
But
he's not.
But if he's claiming that he set square corner velocity to 1,500 millimeters a second, and he had it printing at 1,500 millimeters a second with 15,000 excel or whatever, or 20,000 excel, whatever he said it was, technically that screen shouldn't change. What doesn't make sense is how does a 0.4 nozzle at 0.1 layer height print at 1,500 millimeters a second and not generate 45 millimeters cubic if it was printing a 0.4 line width? It really should have been printing a 0.45 line width if he's using a slicer that has 0.4 spacing, in which case it should have been like 53 or something like that. I don't know what the math is, but either way, it should not have been 29. That was my problem. I'm someone who prints at high speed all the time, so I know the flow rates you're supposed to be getting, because I know when the flow rate's the limit, and it's flow rate's well the limit before 1,500 millimeters a second with a 0.4 standard hot end. Unless you're printing TPU at high temp, in which case you can really juice it. Hello?
According to Datus, rat rig big's problem is the belts idlers. They went cheap on them and have a few bearings fail within 20 hours of printing. Woof.
That sucks. What happened to John?
20 hours.
Jack.
John, what happened? You ended up getting kicked out or something?
Who, me?
Yeah,
No. There's a lag, so I wait to make sure you're finished, so I don't interrupt you.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's weird that you're getting that lag and no one else is.
He's a polite Canadian. Kind of a misnomer, right?
I've seen that before. No, but I mean, for me, the challenge with that video is all of us realize that the cornering is being done with G3 and G4s, right? Those are arc moves as it rounds those corners. He doesn't share that with people. He's implying that that's the capable everyday print speed of the printer. And for me, that's dishonest. So, you can justify a lot of things. Maybe none of the numbers should ever change. But at the end of the day, that's not you printing, an articulated dragon. That printer will never print an articulated dragon at that speed, right? So, yeah. That's kind of what irks me about those videos, is how they imply that's what it'll print PLA at for a functional print. Look, might have been Rob, actually.
What?
It's Rob.
What?
Robert
Yeah?
came and went.
Oh, no, I opened up a different Discord tab to see what would happen.
Oh, it came and went. He found it out.
I wanted to see if I wanted to see if I could stay in the channel on one window and go on another channel, but having an NDI stream and a YouTube stream and a OBS stream, and then having Luke LinkedIn, and it didn't work out.
Got all the shenanigans going.
Yep. I should have set up my laptop with the stream and had the desktop free. Oh well.
Hey guys, thanks for the answers. I'm gonna take off here. Wife's calling me, and you guys have a good night.
You
You
man.
too.
Possible
You
Boston.
too. Thanks for the chat.
So Jack, we were just talking about rat rig earlier. Since you've owned one,
I have owned one. I have.
So can you tell Rob, because he's about to pick one up on the way back from Virginia, I believe, right?
Have fun with Rat OS. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Oh, I'm not going to use Rad OS.
That thing is like the worst.
So it's not
I'm
the same thing that
definitely
you sent
gonna
me earlier,
I'm going
right?
to build a modular.
It is.
I'm going to make another fork in my repo for a rat rig.
But like Rat OS is just like, it is just like for people starting out, Klipper, it's great. You know, you just say what board you have, what size printer you have.
It's
Come on.
oversimplified.
Yeah, but if you want to tinker one thing, you can.
But it's oversimplified in a complicated way.
Yeah,
Yes.
and like I added a filament sensor to my rat rig because it's a big boy. I want one on there, and I added a file just called runout.config. But when I update the rat OS, it would just always delete that file, and I couldn't add it to like a git ignore because there's nothing to it.
Yeah.
So I had to add it to my printer config, and it just like made it messy. So any update you want to do, you have to add it to your printer config. You can't change like any of their files.
Tommy Sidik
Alright.
was trying to do 5160s, and I ended up just throwing out the whole. I couldn't take it. So,
Yeah.
And I just dropped in. I just dropped in my my modular set up and just tweaked it for it because they had too many
Yeah.
things that were pointing. They
Yeah.
had too many. They had legit recursive errors. They had macros calling macros that were recalling themselves. Like not macros, but includes that were calling.
Yeah. They're macros too. They have a bunch of just useless macros.
But it's like stepper is defined here, and then you turn on this, and it redefines that stepper. You turn on something else, and it tries to redefine. It was like what happened to Marlin. It seemed like you had 10 people making it, not talking to each other.
Hey, there was a reason I nicknamed it Rat's Nest OS.
That's it really is that's exactly what it is. It's just but when you try to support, that's the problem. You support everything. That's Windows versus Mac. You support everything. Shit happens.
Yeah, Mac is clearly the winner.
Yeah, for stability.
I used to be in IT, and I used to just like use Mac only for a long time, and then I started using PC because I grew up building them, and then like somewhere along the line, I was like, "This is just dumb. I'm throwing away my like Mac every like 10 years. This is ridiculous."
Dude, Macs died 3 years now. Like,
Well, this is before you couldn't upgrade them.
oh, okay, yeah. Now
So I was like upgrading them, and it's like now it's like they're a dumpster fire.
And
Now
you know
you have to throw them away in 3 years.
Devil's
Yeah.
advocate, Linux has complete compatibility with tons of crap, and it's super stable. And and the other argument is the reason that Mac is so much more secure
now,
is
Rob.
because no one bothers
Yeah.
targeting Macs because there's such a small market share. So
Well, I mean, now
in
they've
fairness,
added
Windows
support.
is pretty clean anyways. Like I haven't run an antivirus in years. It's just really weird to say that.
because it's built in.
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
actually,
they've
like,
gotten
good now.
they've gotten good at it.
Yeah, you're running Defender.
Yeah. I haven't run like a separate one versus. I remember before you always have to run all this extra crap and.
dude, Windows
And what's your
antivirus
IP again?
dumb.
I don't think you heard me.
I
What was
definitely
that?
didn't. What's that?
I said, "What's your IP again?"
Yeah, I know.
You know,
it
the-
actually
a lot-
probably updated. It's dynamic, so it doesn't stick with me anyways. Ugh.
you know, a lot of people don't really realize. I mean, Mac OS is not an OS anymore. It hasn't been an OS in 15 years. It's OpenBSD, or not OpenBSD, sorry. Yeah, OpenBSD.
Yeah. Oh no,
It's
no, no.
Unix.
Shell. Yeah.
OpenBSD made a desktop, like a UI, like that's based off of, I think it was Mac, like Sierra or something. Or no, like a really old one. But OpenBSD made their own desktop based off of it.
Yeah, but Apple has been using the OpenBSD kernel since the early 2000s. That's what replaced Darwin when Darwin got phased out. So
Like Power Mac days, huh?
yeah, exactly. They
That was
replaced-
before I was alive, right?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
I was
in
me
high,
too with
I was in
Pine
high
Jack.
school, I think.
Sun Microsystems error.
Yes.
That was
God,
when we had
someone
some-
remember Sun Microsystems or
That was when we had some cool chips, man.
IBM was
Darwin.
like their main supplier.
Yeah, that was when we had the Spark 64s and shit.
yeah.
And you had
Hey,
SGI
Luke, you want to help me
Uniform
with
Graphics
some
Workstation.
RepRap firmware?
What?
Some RepRap firmware.
Yeah, I need to
That
figure
sounds
out.
pretty toxic, Jack.
I need to figure out how to turn off a filament sensor, but I can't figure out which file it's in.
There is no
Oh.
separate file for it. It's in config.g.
No, they allow you to do includes and that stuff.
Oh, it's all includes.
Yeah,
Really?
so-
What RepRap firmware? Why would you even?
I'm
do
on
that?
3.4 now.
Yeah,
Oh.
version 3 actually went to like a more Klipper
Yeah, they did
setup where
conditional-
they just define whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, they did the
It's great.
conditional G code in like in 3.1.
But
I
it's
think.
also super annoying.
I can help you find it if you really want.
Here's
No,
what
I
But I
didn't.
mean,
I got
all you
the best.
I
solution for
was
you.
being stupid and I typed sensor wrong, so it wasn't like
Just
searching.
unplug
is
the
it really
sensor.
being? Isn't that like a state that you can get out of? Isn't the answer just R?
Just unplug
Cap.
the sensor.
No, but then it's gonna say, oh wait, here it is. S.
It's gonna
That's
usually
okay.
if you unplug the sensor, it thinks that the filament's loaded.
Not on this board for some reason. I tried that.
Well, I mean, it depends on what signal logic you told it: active high or active low, right? So if it's one of the two, it will work if you unplug it versus one
Yeah,
of the
usually if
if
it's
it's
a
the other version.
Usually, if it's a mechanical filament sensor, if it's optical, then I guess it would be
It's
the opposite.
the Prusa IR one.
Oh, okay, it's
Yeah.
an infrared one. So then just leave a piece of filament in it.
But the problem is that I don't have it. It's like the way it's set up is super stupid. Because I'm using a different extruder, and it's like I can't just shove a piece of filament in it. I have filament loaded, but it's not triggering. So I'm just gonna disable it for now. I think I got it. Let's see if it works now. Nope. Oh my god.
Can't you
Isn't
bypass it?
S1? It was on S0 before. Isn't S? If I set to S1 or whatever, it should be the reverse. But no.
No, if you're on RF4, it'll be the exclamation mark to invert the logic. I thought, or maybe that's on the pin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's on the pin.
I'll just reverse the pin. That works. I don't like how it's designed though. Like, I don't know. I wish I used Klipper. But I'm stupid and I went RepRap firmware and I'm not gonna leave it until it works. I'm gonna make it work and then I'm gonna switch to Klipper.
I appreciate that, man. You're telling them you can't be beat, and then immediately going to the better option anyways for most.
But the thing is, yeah, like it's on my Prusa Bear, and
Wow.
Greg he's been working on a duet config for Prusa Bear, and I've been helping him along with it for the new extruder and stuff. But it's just like the way like RepRap firmware works is just so annoying.
Yeah, there are some things that I like about it.
I
Like,
like some things about
You know,
it. Too.
it sucks that Klipper has to be defined on runtime, and the macros aren't as intuitive. And they can't do like recursion and shit. But other than that,
Yeah.
like looking at the code base for RepRap, I just cried.
RepRap does support every kinematic system, and it does have.
Do they support
you know-
polar or like a polar system?
Yeah,
No
Yep.
way.
dude. RepRap supports like, Core XY with Cartesian on the top, or like it supports Cartesian or Core XY with an inverted one above it that runs with the extruder, and then another one above that running as counterweight. Like, it's fucking
Wow.
nuts what you can do with RepRap firmware. You can just unlimited stack motors and tell them to move it any way you want. the double detachable end stop problem, non-issue, rep. It is completely configurable, but it's not as performance.
What I don't like
Yes.
is that you can't you can't change the screen.
What?
Well, no, like you can't. The screen's UI, the panel do is always the same.
You can update the panel doing and get different screens for it.
Really? Like
Yeah.
it'll be a different interface.
Yeah.
I've only been able to update it to change the boot where it doesn't say duet anymore.
No, you can.
That's all I've
They
done.
added a few themes and some newer ones, and you can design your own theme really easily just by dropping in your own PNG files.
Oh yeah, I have that. Well, no, I'm talking about the home where like, you move it and stuff.
Oh,
Saying that I can change now. You know
Yeah,
what
the
I'm talking about?
buttons.
Yeah, the buttons. The buttons. The ones where you
The
press it.
button.
The one where you press it and it goes beep boop.
I think you can change the values that they're gonna say, but the actual
Yeah,
layout.
Yeah,
I'm
with the
saying-
not with the values, but like the actual artwork he's talking about.
Yeah, like I want it to be more like Klipper screen.
Oh
I can't
yeah,
do
you
that.
can't completely alter the layout simply.
Yeah,
I'm sure you could.
that's what I want to do,
So
but I can't.
just
Go to Klipper screen.
no, just
Yep, pretty much.
just take a $50 Amazon Fire and strap it to the front of your printer and have it load up through web control.
Why do you keep saying no filament still? I've reversed this thing hundreds of times.
It's actually not a bad idea, Rob.
This is why he gets paid the big bucks.
It is cheaper though to get like the Klipper screen.
I mean, what is it? I have the Panel Do 5. It costs like $90.
To get what?
What to do Klipper? To do a Fire TV stick or Fire TV?
No, to use Duet's screen itself, like the screen that they
Yeah,
have.
no, a Fire HD is literally $49.
It's not a bad idea. But then I have to,
And then you have an
design a case for it.
8.9-inch screen with a pretty fast processor. You could run Klipper off it if you wanted to too. Whenever you upgrade, instead of having to buy a Pi.
Just VHB it to the front. That's all I gotta do.
The only problem is you have to buy an on-the-go adapter, and you only have one USB output. But I'm pretty sure you have enough bandwidth that you could run a hub off it.
You make me question my thinking now.
And you know what? If you strapped it to the front of the door, you could use the camera on the back of it and have a camera feed as well.
Shh. I'm not changing anything now. I'm gonna make it
You're
work.
tempting him too deeply.
I'm gonna make it work, alright?
Or if you want to make it really trick, you could sit there
Shut
and
up.
try to figure out fiber
I'm
optic
gonna make it
cables
work.
to run from the camera
No.
all the way up to the front, so you can have it mounted low and then still use the camera on it.
I'm gonna make it work, alright, bud?
That would never actually work, but just in case.
Hey Rob, so I've been waiting to ask you all stream. Just before the stream.
Yep.
I've never had any success with my X-axis. No matter if it's plugged into the hood or if it's plugged into the Octopus Pro.
Put a tiny
But
resistor.
after I heat up the bed, it can't home X. It just won't do it.
So put a tiny resistor A. B, put on try this. Try taking some cardboard or something and wrap it, almost make a cocoon around it and see if it will home. Just make sure it's not infrared light coming off that's creating too much background voltage. But most likely you need to put a pull down
Wait.
on the output.
Start over. Wrap it around what?
Completely around, just in case, just block it. Just hold it there with your hand. Just make sure it blocks all three sides. There's no way infrared light coming off of the bed. Like, no way the infrared is coming off, reflecting around, and just creating vampire current through the end stop.
Wait.
It's an optical end stop, right?
Yeah, so the optical end stop is on the printhead.
Correct.
So put cardboard around it, except for the part that's facing the flag, right?
Just create a barrier. Yeah, I don't. If you have to put a whole sheet blocking the whole bed, if you have to take the bed out of the printer, if it's the rule, we just want to create a separation there to rule out that that is your source. I mean, the other questions I would have is what type of lighting is in the room. But since you said that it's only happening
all
after the bed
LED.
is hot,
It's all LED.
so I mean, there is a possibility that you're getting a lot of like UV light or something. But I mean, usually they're triggered with infrared, if I remember correctly.
Oh, that's annoying.
So yeah, I mean, it's a
yeah,
really
I
simple
have-
solution. The problem is that they're not like a mechanical end stop. They don't drop down to 0 volts when they're open, versus closed. So you can try turning a pull down on, but the problem is I don't think the HUD will let you turn a pull down. I don't remember if use a tilt. Tilt is pull down, but I don't remember if that'll work on the HUD. And some boards will act like they're using a pull down, but it's not really doing the same thing. So you just need to add your own pull down resistor to get rid of that. That put it this way: when it's doing it, this is another test you can do. Manually trigger it with something and then pull it away and instantly try to home. And if it homes, then you know that that a resistor is your solution. You could do that too, besides the cardboard thing.
You can use one of the 6-pin header pins and try to enable one of the internal pull up or pull downs.
He would need to use he'd want to use a pull down in this scenario.
Yeah.
Or less solution is power the end stop with the 3.3 volts instead of the 5 volts. But once again, you could just put a resistor in between the 5 volts and the power input of the. There's so many solutions for this, but basically the end result is you need to get rid of that that residual voltage that is creeping through the end stop.
Floating.
Yes, it's floating the sensor, exactly. Buy another pack of sensors too and just try a couple different ones.
I've had a huge pack and I tried each one and had success, and then it started just failing slowly. And I tried another one, and repeat.
Then that is almost 1000% electromagnetic migration in the gates, and it's becoming more leaky. And it's
so it's a resistor situation then. Is what you're saying.
Resistor is the easiest fix, yeah. But like I said, some people are way more susceptible than others, so I have to believe that it has to do with lighting. And a lot of people are getting LED lights, so I mean, LED lights do put out a lot of they're supposed to be healthier because they put the full spectrum out, but and I would have to think that you're just increasing above that threshold when the bed heats because it's giving off more infrared energy.
So if I turn the lights off, I should be able to hum.
Try it.
Let me see. The tilde goes in front of the HUD, right? In front of the head.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't work. It just said it threw an error.
Now, if you put the little hat thingy, it'll work though.
So that I put that, yeah.
Yeah, pull up works. That's what I remember. The pull down doesn't work, but like Luke said, pull down does work on the other pins if you wanted to try to do that.
There should be an internal pull down, yeah.
I felt like I figured out a way to get the internal pull down to work on the end stop pin too, but I couldn't actually verify that it was actually working, so I think I might have pulled some shenanigans with Klipper somehow.
Just convince Klipper to love you. That's what
Yeah, just to pretend that it worked, just to shut me up.
Hey guys, I think I'm gonna hop off here, but I appreciate you. Luke, that stable bot looks crazy. Can't wait to get my hands on one of those.
Someone had a question for you, Luke, too. Actually, you saying that just made me think of it. I saw someone say something asking why the top of it wasn't even.
Oh, yeah. Sorry if I missed that in the chat. I saw that in my Discord.
Yeah, that's why I saw it on the Discord, not on this chat.
Yep. So I actually answered that, but the reason that there's the funky geometry the way it is to keep it so that the aluminum plates that I was talking about can be thickness agnostic. So instead of having everything line up on either the bottom or the top of the aluminum pieces, I try to make it so that wherever the aluminum extrusion sits, that plate bolts up to, and then the top of that plate, so flush with the bottom of the extrusion, is where all of the magic happens, where all the bolts line up, where all the surfaces slide. So that's just one of the things. So that's why the back is at a different height than the top of this frame here, is to make sure that all of the sheet metal parts, or the plate parts, can be sized however thick, because it'll never use the bottom surface where the metal can grow. So that's why it's odd, and that's one of the reasons why I need like these custom large plates, other than more stiff, more skookum, oof, 8-man go strong,
More Ugga
Yeah, more. You can have as many Ugga-Duggas as you want. You can sit on this frame. We could all sit on the frame and be happy. That's kind
Mini
of
clicks.
the fun of it. Yep.
I think there's a photo of you sitting on your printer at one point, is there not?
Yep. I have a photo of me sitting on
standing
my 400 millimeter, and I have one of me inside of my original printer that I built with this. Yep. So.
I could probably
was,
make a photo of me falling through the top of my printer.
Rob, what size resistor should I put in between?
Whatever you find.
Like I have 270s laying around.
That's fine. Just one of them.
That's fine? Okay.
One of them, yeah.
And it's on the signal, right?
Wait, you're just like barely over the threshold if it's homing when it's not heating and not when it is. You know what I mean? So like literally, I mean.
So just put it into
you
the
could
signal
probably take a piece
or
of
the
graphite
ground.
from a lead pencil and put it in there. Like.
I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple ways to do this. You either take the signal pin and you take the one leg of the resistor and you run that to ground, and that's how you can do a pull down manually, or you can put it on the power side of the end stop. But if it's leakage, the best solution would probably be to drop the input current. Like I said, if you want to make a really simple, quick test, since you're going to have to cut that wire anyway to put the resistor on the source wire, cut your 3.3 volt power wire, and then if you have some way of attaching it temporarily, like even just by wrapping it around and putting a jumper or something on it, or a rubber band for, whatever, onto the 3.3 volt power pin on the hovered board, and then try to home. It'll most likely work, and then, just get your...
I'm actually using the 5 volt from the end stop.
That's what you're using right now. Switch it to the 3.3 and it'll get rid of that solution. I'm actually, that's the other thing I wanted to talk to you about, Luke, and I forget, like, every time we talk, it's always all over the place.
Get lost.
Yeah. We need to make end stops that have a built-in pull down or have a logic shifter in them. Because the hovered needs to have 5. I mean, actually, why do we even need 5 volt for the end stop on the hovered? I guess just to support capacitive. But capacitive is going to use 24 volt usually.
Yeah,
It's like for BL Touch, right?
BL Touch.
So it's BL Touch.
But
it's
BL
also
Touch
the
doesn't
Superpinda.
BL Touch doesn't need 5 volt. If
Superpinda
anything,
as well.
the 5 volt would only really help the servo signaling, which is 3.3 volt anyway. So we're not even helping the BL Touch.
There was one other. Based on what kind of switch you have, some might require the 5. Is what I can come up with.
So then, rather than make the hovered more complicated and put a jumper to switch which power source that pin comes from, I mean, one is it's super easy just to, because you're going to be making your own connectors anyway, and it's honestly it's a bitch fitting all those wires on a single pin. So just run power to the 3.3 volt peg, or we make really nice optical end stops that have their own pull down in so they don't float. Because honestly, that's a big problem on the Octopus boards too.
Yeah. It's definitely something that we can try out. I'm not sure how much space we'll have. That's just always the...
Well, don't put it on the hovered. I'm saying we just make our own optical end stop. That's just badass.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds not terribly hard.
Yeah, they're all Lurge end stops basically, but we make one that's nice, and honestly, probably could make a
like
really
more
cool.
premium.
We could probably make a badass Euclid probe that uses an optical end stop too.
A Euclid probe with an optical install?
It would probably handle
Yeah,
high
I'm
temp better.
actually Rob. I was actually thinking about this the other day.
It would handle
I
high
was
temp.
actually thinking of this exact same thing.
How would
Like a
an
spring,
optical install work on a Euclid probe?
you spring load a plunger, and you make it
Oh,
so it
for the unclicking.
crosses the bender.
Drill
Yeah,
a
like
hole
I
and drop a flathead nail through it. I
But
mean,
the-
how would it not work?
Would that
Yeah.
like interesting?
You could do anything.
It's like if you, have you seen like those mechanical
Oh, that-
keyboards that are
Yeah.
optical switches? It's the same
Yeah.
same
Or
way.
would that work with like auto Z calibration stuff, that Z offset?
Yeah, literally, you could take like I said, I'm not even joking. You could take a flathead nail or a piece of plastic that you print with like a T-top on the top, so it has something to hold in the bottom, and that breaks the path, and that would still probably be more accurate than the mechanical one. And then we could do some crazy shit like make a little electromagnet or something so it pulls itself up instead of docking. Basically, you'd be making it a BL Touch that uses optical. Actually, what do you think
Yeah,
a CR Touch
not
is?
only would it be more accurate, but it'd also be quieter. You wouldn't actually hear anything.
A CR Touch uses an optical sensor, if I recall correctly, and a BL
No,
Touch
Sierra
uses
Touch is just a BL Touch, but with a metal probe and $20 more.
and an optical instead of a Hall effect.
No, it's still a Hall effect. I bought one just to test that out. It's just like an older BL Touch. It's not 3.1. They pretty much took the old like BL Touch and just rebranded it. But it's not. It's still a hollow effect.
Hollow effect.
I'm gonna kill rep firmware. I can't figure out this runout sensor.
So would you be able to make the optical end stop smaller, Rob? Because the one that Lurge makes
Yes.
is like fucking huge.
Yeah, definitely.
I would really appreciate that. It would open up a lot more mounting opportunities if we can do that. Like give it a smaller connector, shrink the package, make it maybe like a M2.5 instead
The
of
CR Touch uses an
M3.
optical sensor rather than a Hall effect sensor. I knew it. CR
Optic.
Touch is optical.
I'm pretty sure they just say that. I'm not even
Have
gonna
you taken
lie.
yours apart?
Yeah, that's literally what I did. I literally bought it just to take it apart.
Maybe you have an old one. Maybe there's an old one. Maybe there's an old one that has that.
Maybe. I bought like it when I first came
No,
out
this
because I
is
was like,
from-
what
this
the hell is
is-
the difference?
This is from A3dp, and that's how they're claiming the increased accuracy, because a Hall effect sensor, has drift with voltage and temperature.
You should. It's fun though with the middle probe because if you bend it twice, it snaps instantly. Versus the nylon ones with BL Touch.
The
So
metal.
if you crash the CR Touch, it just breaks.
Yeah, if you crash the regular BL Touch, it breaks too. There's no difference.
No, it bends. It bends. It can still work sometimes.
So it bends and then it fucks me because it doesn't even. I can't even tell that it's broken until my nozzle's digging into the plate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's still not broken fully.
Yeah, great. It just ruined the rest of my machine.
So I mean, they're doing something because they're saying the sensing is done with a light triggered Hall effect switch, which that's just not. I've never heard that before in my life.
It's a Hall effect that's triggered by light.
Yeah. How can you even say that?
That's some Chinesian speak.
Yeah. that's
Dude,
exactly what it is.
Chinesium for the win here.
You probably think you're probably seeing the circuitry for the servo control.
I'll find it and take some photos.
Yeah, I actually am really curious about that because
It's in a drawer somewhere. I have no idea where.
I'll just buy one because if they have a tiny little optical sensor, like I said, I think we could design a really nice optical sensor, and it could have many uses. Because if it's really tiny, you could put it in a tiny little printed case. I'm gonna switch sizes on the stream just because I'm doing this print right now. Let's see. And I'm gonna let this go for a little bit, and then I'm gonna go to bed.
Go to bed.
Yeah, I'm old.
Error.
3 hours later.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
How late is it over there in the Great White North, John?
Hungry.
No, what time is it?
Almost 9:30. Still early here.
About the same. Okay.
I'm Mountain. Rob's the
Oh, you're
one.
Mountain.
Yeah, Rob's what? Eastern, and then Luke's
Eastern.
Central.
Yeah, it's 11:30 for me right now.
So you're only like an hour ahead of me, John.
Where are you?
I'm in California.
Oh,
As well as
Gang.
Jack is also.
All right, what's
You're
you
like
guys want me
an
to
hour
go?
away from me. You're in Marina Del Rey, right?
Venice. Yeah.
I was just there today.
Oh my god, like we're totally in the same area.
I know. I could have just dropped off the motors.
We
no
could have
wonder he
just
felt the
saved on
disturbance
shipping.
before.
Well, I didn't know I was gonna be down there today, so
What
Same
speed you
area,
guys want me to go?
Ludicrous speed, please.
Put it on plaid.
is this what is this? An X1 carbon? Slap that.
This is the
sucker and leave it
X0 carbon.
Oh, my bad.
I bought.
Doesn't have a number.
registered for one of those. I got a Kickstarter for one, or I bought the
Me
Kickstarter.
too. The person who sold me their 2.4, the reason they sold it was to buy the Bambi Lab.
I can believe that.
I mean, they sold me a 350 for $1,000 with a bunch of extra stuff with it.
Wow, that expensive?
No, it's
Luke holds the 2.4 in high regard.
I know.
Yeah,
But-
yeah. I
saw
definitely don't
it.
curse my Voron every other day.
No, but it was like
Yeah,
this
you
guy
curse it every
sent
day.
like more. I think he sent more in extras than the actual printer. He
It
sent
sounds
me,
like Voron things. That's the problem with Voron things.
he sent me like two Mandela beds and like
Wow.
you know what extras
different
are, right?
sizes and like 8 motors and half an ERCF and stuff. I was just like, I'm just gonna resell this and it'll pay for the Voron.
Once again, I'm gonna really tempt getting canceled, but you know why Vorons come with so many spare parts, right?
Why?
Because it shows how many times they tried getting it to work.
Nice.
You know what is actually entertaining when we're talking about overpriced resold printers, and this is not a mock, so don't think it is. There's a guy in Edmonton trying to sell a Trudon basically for a new price. He wants over 2,000 for I think it was a 300 to 350.
Wow.
2,000 Canadian?
Yep.
So that's like what, 1,500 US?
That's as much as a 400.
1,700 US, yeah.
I'll just
And
look
he
it up.
thinks he's giving everybody a deal.
No, I think
It's 1,552 US.
the only problem with buying a
cunt.
used Voron, the Voron isn't a bad printer. The problem is buying a used Voron is you're counting on how that guy put it together.
Exactly.
See, and
That's kind of the way I feel about all the Trudons coming off the line. You know, there's just so much variance in the way that's constructed.
Yeah, well, you don't know how old the kid was. That's so
Continue,
fucked
John.
up.
Sorry.
That is
with
so
this
wrong.
one, right? If you're going to charge something, basically the price of the printer new, you know, how do you know what that guy hasn't screwed in it? Like, why is he selling it in the first place, right? Like, he won't, you know what I mean?
I mean, I consider buying a Trudon like I bought it unassembled because you can't buy the parts for less, you know?
Well, I get it, but I mean, 2,000 for a Trudon just because it's in Edmonton and you have
I
no
would not
idea.
buy used. No, I would not buy one that's not going to have. I'm going to have a hard time with the warranty. It's been shipped twice now, so it's bent twice as much.
Yeah.
And it definitely is
Can
a
confirm.
unicorn.
Jack bent everything.
Jack got mad. He kicked it.
It's okay though. I fixed the
Oh,
doors.
actually, Luke, if you
Now the
need
doors
a
work again.
if your bed is like tacoed or anything, you need a really good bed. I have tons of brand new beds. Some
No, I'm vibing. It's fine.
no, some of them are like
nothing wrong with
perfect.
it.
Like I have some
Yeah.
that are like amazingly flat.
Luke, take the bed. Take the bed, Luke.
Honestly, you should.
Use the bed.
And this way you can just drill it out to add one hole and then put a kinematic mounts on it.
Yeah, I would like Kenny mounts. Those are my
The heater is also very, very nice. It just heats up so quick.
tempting.
It's a spicy bed.
So, Luke, what? About another 30, 45 minutes and you're going to be printing?
Probably my bed with me, maybe.
Just the wiring takes the longest, honestly, with these things.
So the good news is
No,
all of this
Toolboard.
should fit fairly default with the octopus. So they actually should just be plug and chug. Some zip ties. I'm going Hubbard. Oh yeah, the print head, even with a Hubbard, it would still take a little bit. But and I guess panels would take a while too, because this thing's going to be fully enclosed. I got the top hat around here somewhere.
You know what?
Top hat. This guy here.
Ooh.
Fancy, man.
It's
Not
the door of
structural.
3D printing world.
How many times a year does someone ask you about a wireless extruder?
A wireless extruder.
Yeah.
Dude, I want a wireless extruder. Do I need filament? Is that type of wireless?
I don't know.
Can I sign up with a Bluetooth hose?
Can you believe that we've gotten that question in the True on Advanced group more than once?
That's insane. If I ever see that question, I think it's a joke. If it's actually a serious question, that's really sad.
That guy probably owns an Ender.
He's like, I came from Ender and I heard about these great things.
I
called
just wanted to
Trudons,
write
and-
back, yeah, but you definitely got to make sure you're using lipos.
Gotta get extra life batteries.
Rechargeable.
It would be pretty
Now watch
badass
that
to
be like
have-
the next killer app, like 3 years from now.
You know what?
You gotta have the Qi charger facing down from the top onto the bed.
It would be
Dude,
sick
you
to
don't
have
even
a,
need like to charge anything because
have
you
a-
actually can just use the Qi charger to heat it directly. Inductive
Right.
heating, brilliant.
yeah, or use a power mat like wireless QI charging. I mean, they're coming out with that 60 gigahertz long range up to like it's like up to like 300 watts that they can go across the room with. So you know what?
What the hell?
I'm laughing, but you never know. Maybe that guy is like in some industry field where he just doesn't understand why printers are still in the 80s.
I mean, there are like the inductive charging roads coming around now.
Yeah, but that's so fucking inefficient. Fuck that.
The
It is,
new,
but,
the new
I mean,
high
there's-
the high
Alrighty,
frequency
boys,
wireless
I'm out.
charging is actually really efficient.
Bye, Jack.
Good
Bye,
night.
Jack.
Good night, Jack.
Bye, Jack.
Depending if you guys are here, I'll be back later.
Okay, bye.
I'll be in bed soon.
Yeah, me too. I'm already probably in trouble. I said I'd be
Actually, I have to
gone.
get to work before 8 a.m. tomorrow, so
Yeah,
should I actually go to bed at a reasonable time?
I have to get to work before I decide to tomorrow.
What are you printing, Rob? What is this?
The thing that John sent me.
Is it like a Fox model?
Yeah. Is there a picture of Rob's stuff? Because I don't see his camera right now. Have we lost his video?
What?
No, I see it.
You're looking on Discord,
On the
not on the
stream.
stream.
You got to pull up the YouTube.
Trim and then just mute it.
The what?
Yeah.
You
Pull
know
up the
what?
Oh, the
YouTube link
YouTube?
for the stream. Yeah, and then just
okay.
mute it.
Let me try to get the Discord stream back up for you. I didn't even realize the Discord was down.
No, the
Fine.
Discord is up. Oh no, it is down.
There you go.
Cool.
So I'm printing a fox that looks like soft serve ice cream for a tail.
Exactly.
It's a good way to put it.
Yes, I
Yeah.
did
You know
just use it.
You know, I had the best soft serve ice cream in Japan. Never had one better.
That means you haven't gone to Kelly's Creamery here in Wisconsin.
I mean,
Or visit.
Wisconsin definitely does have the creamery epicenter of America, I guess. Yeah.
Yep. We have the happiest cows, damn it.
And we pay them to say it.
I'm not even going to touch that one.
I mean, you already touched it by saying you wouldn't touch it.
You never got
Yeah,
one cup of ice cream from two girls?
Wow. That's too
I
much,
heard that
Rob.
reference, and I'm gonna leave that one alone.
You know, it's
not
sad.
PG-13
Everyone knew what
anymore.
it was, though.
Good thing Jack's gone.
Yeah, he wouldn't have known. He might not have known that.
It's probably before his time, honestly.
It's crazy that I can't believe that was like 15, 20 years ago already.
I know.
Fucked up.
Crazy stupid.
It's fucked up. Yeah. It's
If they
crazy.
did that now, they'd get arrested.
What, you get arrested for what? Like showing somebody that?
Yeah, for dipping their nipples in the ice cream, because they'd probably be sagging to the ground. Could you imagine, like, whoever married one of those girls? Like, going to, like, a PTA meeting?
I think it's implied that, when you marry somebody that all the things are known about the other person. I mean, unless it's like secret.
No, but just to go to, like, a school meeting and, like, all the other parents, because everyone saw that shit, you know? That was
Would you be able to pick one of the girls out of a crowd though? If you saw them again?
back then, probably.
Yeah, but not now though. I'm saying.
not now.
That's what you're kind of saying.
Yeah. But
It would be difficult.
yeah, but like
I haven't seen that.
5 years later, I would have been able to.
Right. But now, probably not. I would have a hard time because I didn't even remember your faces anymore.
Yeah, I don't think I ever
That's
remember their faces. I
okay.
only really remember their asses.
Alex Orr is here. Hello, Alex Orr. Can you speak to us? I don't think I've heard his voice ever.
Is this the one that has the icon?
He's Helen Keller right
Yeah.
now. You can't hear us.
He's from down.
He's
under.
Helen Keller. He can hear us on the stream if he's still on the stream.
You're muted, Alex. I can see the
But
earphones showing.
I'm gonna go to bed, I think. Hasta pasta.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait a few minutes more, and then I'm gonna go too. I just want to see how this looks. Why does the print look so damn slow in the live stream, but it looks fast on Discord?
There must be like a frame delay.
The camera's editing 10 pounds. Something.
That's my excuse, not my printer's excuse.
Is it outputting 60p?
Yeah, I have the HD60 set to 60p. I was going to do a 4K stream, but 4K was giving me a problem with 30 and 24 mismatches and shit. And
I don't think that YouTube's actually giving out like 60p native.
that's probably what's happening. That sucks. Hopefully it's showing excellent connection. And you know what? I can turn the lag down on the stream.
It might be a translation from Discord to
Yeah.
YouTube.
I'm going to try setting ultra low latency next time. And I'm going to turn the bitrate up higher because I have, 2 gigabit uploads, so it should be fine.
No, you should be fine. It's just you're just limited by YouTube's streaming stuff.
I think I just heard Alex.
No.
Yeah, you can take my stream off because I'm just frozen now. Because I ended my connection.
Too bad you weren't.
Then I just get to see my wonderful bald spot and reaching down at the
I just
computer.
want to see Luke standing there holding his monitor.
At least you weren't like picking your nose or anything.
True.
You know,
So I'm gonna see. Okay, so now what? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna turn that back on for a second. and I want to see what happens. So now I'm going to shut off the NDI source, the bridge. So
Maybe that's taking up resources or something.
Can I show you guys how stupid some of our clients are?
So now, Luke, you have me saved because I have the same encryption key and everything's saved. So now if you open up the NDI bridge again, it shows me right there. So like, if we go to do this again real easy, it's going to be...
Yep, you're there. You're saved.
So I'm going to make this group the stream group.
Stream team.
Yep. So I'm starting it. Connect for 1 second and see if it changes the name for groups to share the stream for you.
Are you streaming? Is Luke streaming from OBS?
Yeah. We set up an NDI bridge. It's really cool. And
Okay.
the other thing is it will let us use if we want an iPhone or an Android phone for a 4K or for a 1080p slow motion stream, like high frame rate. All right, cool. So now I'm going to close it again. And so, yeah, I think that's awesome. So now that's done once and for all. Let me shut it off now so you're not frozen. There you go.
Perfect.
Cool. Cool, cool, cool.
Let's live by. Good night. Maybe next week I'll have 3 running. Won't that be fun? Oh, and I need those servos. Then they can really chooch.
Wait, when is Murph happening?
24th.
You'll have it done by then.
Myself?
You can probably do another stream before then.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm building the damn things for. They better be fucking done.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, if these basically, I'm sending him, I'm going to be sending him all mine that I have right now, even if I have to take the ones set off my printer. If for some reason they don't arrive on Friday, but they're supposed to be here. He promised me Friday or possibly Monday latest, but he said that they should hopefully be here Friday.
Okay, we're gonna have to do it live otherwise. That'll be fine. All right, talk to you later. Bye bye.
Well, no, because if I overnight him on Friday, they'd be there on Saturday. I think he's already gone.
He left, yeah. Theo, come into chat, babe. We want to hear your voice.
I might just have to, I wonder if I should just send him out these tomorrow. Maybe I'll play with him a little more and then I'll just send him out. The wall is looking like awesome right now at this speed, which is really cool. I almost want to switch it to a 4K stream just so you guys can see it better.
See, now this is what a high-speed print should look like. Not some wimpy straight line in VOS mode.
So, I wonder if I should even bother trying to turn up the speed more or just see how a 600mm second print looks.
Let it run to have it finish, and then do one at like 800, and then do one at 1,000.
Yeah, and it's like right with the silver sharpie on the bottom of it, which speed is there, and then present them later.
The only thing that's happening is the one overhang is it needs cooling.
Oh boy.
I should have turned on
Oh
the fan.
boy.
But other than that, it looks really nice. I don't know how well you guys can see in the stream, if you can zoom in on it at all. Or I might be able to.
So you
actually,
can see.
let's see. I think I can make it super duper big.
Theodore's here. Or would I say, hey, Theodore?
See, it's looking pretty smooth for the size.
Hey,
Hey, what's up?
Rob, your Canadian friend, Theodore's here.
Yep, I heard him. I don't know if I should change it to... I think I'm going to change it to 4K real quick. I'm just trying to. I want you guys to see how this looks. No, but I think I hear him first, so it's actually I don't think it really has much of a delay. It's doing pretty damn good. So yeah, I'm gonna switch my output resolution to 4K real quick on this camera and see if that doesn't break everything.
It broke everything. Everything's broken.
Oh, it's gonna shut off for a second while I'm
I'm
changing.
it's a joke, bro. Don't worry.
Why you all like crispy? You sound really crispy right now.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, to be honest. Let me see what microphone it's picking up from.
Oh yeah, fucker.
Oh, it's because I use a okay mic. That's fine.
Ah. Rob, it's so frustrating having this. I just rebuilt the printer for like the third time, and it's like not working because of this stupid end stop thing.
Do sensorless.
No.
No.
Would you do sensorless?
I would, because that takes out sensors from it out of the chamber.
Good point.
Send me your config then. I'll try it out.
Imagine, I don't. And I'm doing it right now. I'm stuck in purgatory. Still didn't finish this printer. What am I stuck on for this printer?
Okay, so I have it on 4K so that it's able to zoom in a lot more.
Well, it's okay, Rob.
Well, I'm using a 4K and then dropping down to 1080p, so I'm cropping it from the inside, the 1080p of the inside of the image, just to get a higher quality, so you guys can see that there's no ringing or anything. The curves are coming out really good. The only issue, like I said, is the cooling, because I forgot to turn on the cooling.
Just show us after the fact. Post up pictures if you want to see show us no ringing. Otherwise, it's never going to show on video.
Yeah. Unless you get really close with like a good lens and good lighting, you're not gonna really see.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass.
So, I could do this. I don't know if you guys want me just to leave this open, and you guys, when you're done, you can just whatever, and then I'll just trim it, I guess.
What's the rated temperature for those motors?
The 85C.
Okay.
Orcs Fight, are you still in the chat? I wish these were timestamps. These chat.
What?
Which? On YouTube?
The YouTube chat, yeah.
I'll just have to wait for the print to finish, and then I'll get pictures. So I don't know if you guys want me to.
You can post it up after.
Yeah, well, maybe I should leave the stream active so that I can take the pictures in the morning when I get up, and then no one can say anything.
Nobody's
That's true, I guess.
anything anyways, Rob.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, well, you guys won't, but other people that don't know me don't know if I'm on.
Oh, we'll beat those other guys with this thing.
Yeah.
You're out of focus.
Yeah,
on
I
the
just
print head.
realized that. Let me.
All right, so Torque Spider asked a question. He said, "Does this high speed change the wall quality at all with this build?"
No.
Rob,
No.
does the high speed change the wall quality?
Not at all. If anything, it gets better. Because of the fact that it's because it's vector based field effect control. Like it's such a high resolution encoder. It's they hold to within less than 0.09 of a degree. So
Did you talk to Dale recently?
yeah, he wants to completely make a separate branch or possibly rewrite Klipper because he wants to try to step at a full 20 kilohertz internally, and then have that losslessly compressed and sent over to the steppers because he thinks now he's got a fire in his ass that he's seeing how capable these are. I think he was a little skeptical of how good they were going to work, but he's like really super excited now. And he took one apart and he was like super amazed at how powerful the drivers inside were. Like they're capable of 12 amps with only 66% duty basically, because using 2 out of 3 phases, and there's 2 sets of drivers. So and
Wait, 2 out of 3 phases on what? Which phases?
So there's dual 3-phase like MOSFETs set up inside. Like the MOSFETs are basically set up to power. It's set up to be able to power 3 phases, and they're only using 2 of them. But there's 2 full sets of that. So basically, it's dual 6 amp running, so you can have a total of 12 amp output. Like,
are you gonna be selling the controller separately?
not right away.
Naturally, I like the sound of that.
Yeah, well, I want to, because
Distance eventually.
they should be able to handle 23, NEMA 23. I want to make a really small version, and I don't see the only thing that's holding me back from, trying to get a shitload made of a divorce setup is that I want to make sure. For the divorce setup, since room is not an issue, I might just have them have RS-232, CAN open, EtherCAT, Modbus, like how those other prototype ones like that have all the connections on them work.
Yeah, and then if you can open up the third phase too, that'd be super cool.
Yeah. Well, they're willing to. Now that I'm spending a lot of money, they're gonna be willing to go a lot more like ham in designing, doing completely custom firmware, just exactly like, just giving us a lot more access where maybe possibly could install Klipper directly on them and still not lose the special sauce, that they have.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
Because that's what's missing from O-Drive, and they said that they're gonna do it, but it seems like everyone realized that O-Drive is not that great.
Yeah.
In terms of
and
holding position and such.
O-Drive doesn't have 25 years of motion control under their belt, so these guys have algorithms and DSPs.
Well, yeah, that's it, yeah.
And Dale, when he looked at the encoder setup, he was like the chip's not in anything else. It's their own in-house design, and he was like the way it's set up, like the accuracy and the speed and everything is just like there's nothing that can touch it. And for him to say that when he has no, he
doesn't hold his mouth when there's bullshit.
Yeah, and he has no dog in the race, so there's no reason for him to, and especially when I'm telling him if there's anything you don't like, let's change it, or you think these are good enough. So I'm glad I didn't send him the first ones, because if I sent him the first ones, I might not have kept going with it, because he probably would have. I was excited about a 1,000 line encoder and then a 2,500 line encoder, and he, I didn't realize how shitty they were. But I learned a lot in the last year and a half.
I did.
A lot can happen in that time.
Yeah.
Yes, I met Rob and Mr. San.
That's true. Yeah, that did happen in the same span, huh? Although I've been lurking in the Facebook and the old Discord for a while.
Yeah, but I kind of.
You found out?
I don't really work that much. I do, but then I gave up on Facebook. Too much.
Right.
Well,
Facebook is just like a cesspit of just bad feelings.
Oh, one thing for Torque Spider, actually, believe it or not, high speed should technically increase wall quality because it gets rid of the need for pressure advance if you can keep that filament flowing constantly.
Also the stupid extruder artifacts, those don't happen when you're printing fast.
Yeah, exactly. That happens from slower movement, stiction, crystallizing a filament in the path from going too slow, and teeth digging in. You know, if that thing's constantly moving, you're never going to see it. Plus, flow wants to equalize, you know?
Yeah, it's better to keep it
I'm running
moving.
I'm running tandem extruders anyway, so I really don't have much.
Right here?
Yeah.
On this printer?
Yeah, I have to. Otherwise, I can't hit these speeds.
What are your two extruders?
On this one, it's just okay. So it's an orbiter and a BMG on this one.
Okay.
It's the stock BMG that came with it, right?
Yeah. So?
Yeah, on this one, yeah. On the other one, I'm running an orbiter and an LGX light, and on the other one, I'm running a.
Is there any
Orbiter
difference
and
that
a
you can
fixed.
see if you run like two geared extruders? Like reduction gears extruders?
No. Just it was a little bit more of a pain in the ass to tune it, but what I did was I printed for like a few days with having a slight gap in the Bowden tube, and I stayed at slower speeds, and as the gap was slowly growing, I knew I was a little, too far the one way. It was slowly getting smaller, and I got it till that gap didn't change for, like 30 hours.
Can you show us how you do that? Make a video or something?
Yeah.
Because I do have my stock motor in BMG, I think, still.
It's a
And that'd be
no-brainer
nice.
move, man.
man.
It's a no-brainer move because even if you want to print a 0.3 layer height, you really can't go very fast, especially if you're using filled filaments. You're once you start upgrading the machine, you're gonna run into hot end limits, and not even hot end limits, extruder limits. I could print plain ABS or TPU fast as I want. I've hit over 40, but not sustained 40. I can only sustain probably 28, maybe 30 tops, but when I'm printing like glass fiber 30%, I couldn't get over 13 millimeters cubic with the LGX light. I couldn't get over 18 on the orbiter. Now I can do whatever I want. I mean, the only
limit then is like your cooling.
Yeah, and if you're using engineering grade filaments, there is no limit. Cooling's not a problem either. Plus the idea is when you're printing. The idea is not to print 1,000 millimeters a second to make something the size of your pointer. The idea is to make a platter of 30 pieces and get it done in the same amount of time that another machine is going to get 3 of them done. That's the goal.
So Torque Spider is asking about the LGX light. How you feel about it? He just bought a Orbiter V2, and he's very satisfied.
Rob hates it.
I would not switch to the LGX light.
Yeah, that was before I bought 2.
You're gonna strip your it's a bad design. There's no needle bearings. You can grease the shaft with lithium grease and put a wedge to prevent the shaft from sliding forward, and then bolt it down not too firmly. Say a couple prayers, and it'll probably work all right.
Yeah, so I actually. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Sun, how's it been working for you?
Yeah, so I was gonna say like my original, the one I got, was different from the last one I got. So like the 2 gears on the front was the first one I got. The 2 gears on the front were actually like clipped in some way, so I can't actually remove it unless I like pry it, and I haven't done it yet. But the second one I got, everything comes apart like it should. But on one of them, I think the first one that I got, I did what you said, Rob, is to file down the pin for the drive gear.
Yeah, get rid of the chamfer.
Exactly. So I chamfered that down, and then on the the LGX mount that Theodore and I created, I filled in that like little gap a little bit more, so it presses that pin in a little bit more.
Good. Yeah. Yep. That makes a big difference because basically for Torque Spider, to explain what the problem is, you have. Let me switch cameras.
I haven't tested it yet, but so far it seems okay. And the one that my Voron seems to be okay too. That's the stock one.
Let me go grab an LJX light.
I think your issue with the removing the drive gears, I think that's just like tolerances, that the tolerances are that tight that you need to perpendicularly remove that front plate.
Right. But I also see like some sort of fluid on top of the joint where it's connected. So I think they might have like added some sort of adhesive.
So this is
To
a
it?
brand new. Here's
It's
a brand
attached
new
to the
LJX light.
to the pivoting gear.
This is brand new out of a box, never touched.
You're touching it now, Rob.
And I'll show
Yeah,
you
you're
what the
molesting
problems
it.
with these are. I'm even using their ghetto.
Your dirty hands are all
Tools.
over it. It's already molested.
So,
So the problem is you have this plate on the front, and it has this relief up here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the one.
And so this is held in place. This back plate is held in place by this pin. This pin has a rounded chamfer on it. If this comes off, this can wobble up and down. So what happens is the drive gear is pushing, creating axial load right here, and this wants to walk up, especially because this pin can slide forward into that relief, and then now it's not all the way even in here, and it's got a smooth chamfer on it. I notified Bondtech. They made a press release to all their dealers saying to, try to guide people to install it a little bit differently and make sure that it's tight enough and all this crap. But basically,
did you get that
like
press release?
What? No, they did. They did like a group, like email to all, like a press release to all the dealers.
You didn't get that email, did you?
Me?
Yeah,
Did you get the email that they sent?
I'm not a Bondtech dealer, but all
Hey,
all the
don't know.
dealers that I deal with got it and gave it to me because I don't.
Okay,
I
so you have the emails. Okay.
What? Oh yeah, I got the
Yeah.
email. Yeah, I just didn't
Can you
get
send it to me? I want to read it.
Yeah. Yep. And they basically just acknowledge the problem, but they don't claim it's a design problem. They claim it's an assembly problem that
Wonderful.
people make.
Absolutely wonderful.
Yep. And
Plastic.
so the other issue is this gear is on a shaft with no bearings in here.
Well, I think their argument is that the thing is Delrin and it doesn't need anything.
Which is bullshit, because as soon as you load it up, it's self-lubricating with a light load, but, it has a decent amount of surface area, but all the pressure is just on the back part on the small gear. This should just really be metal. That's the biggest solution.
TPG is metal. TPG has nicer bearings,
Yeah.
but TPG is still shit. From what
Wait, you're talking about the one that you got from Allie?
the triangle wax one.
Yeah, it's still bad.
I gotta take macro shots of how many gears I ruined on this trying to get it to work right before
Do it.
I will. I have
It's just not as powerful as everything. It's just weird. Motors are weird. You gear them down one way, gear them down the other.
it's a different step. It's less of a gear ratio, right? Step down.
It's geared down more than the LGX.
Yeah, but you have a larger diameter gear, so even if it's geared down more, it's the same reason like a Sherpa's, higher gear reduction less gear reduction than an Orbiter, but meanwhile they're the same steps per millimeter. Because they're 5mm gears instead of 8mm gears.
Yeah. But it's in the end, it's
So
not enough
it's geared down
for
more,
more
but it has a
higher
larger.
speed.
Its LGX gears are bigger, so even though it's geared down more,
Yeah.
we got to check what its rotation distance actually turns out to. I fucked up with that with with the regular BMG being 3-to-1 and the Orbiter being 7-to-1, and then I realized the different size gears and it wasn't as drastic as I thought.
The Torx said that LJX gears are actually 20% glass filled PVT. not Delrin. If they were Delrin, they'd probably better, huh?
They were
Yeah, I
Delrin,
actually,
they were probably what?
If they were Delrin, wouldn't they be stronger than glass-filled PBT at
PBT, I
20%?
think, is stronger than Delrin.
yeah, but PET creeps, but the glass fill should have helped.
PBT. Delrin creeps. I think. Maybe. I don't know. Don't quote me. I forgot everything. I'm tired.
I'm surprised they didn't just do a palm gear again.
I thought that's what I thought it was. There's no way it's PBT.
It doesn't look glass-filled, honestly, when I look at it.
It doesn't. No.
Maybe they updated it?
I have a new one, but maybe
'Cause
I got old stock.
honestly, I ain't gonna lie, this is a newer one, and it almost looks like I do see fibers in some parts of it. And Bontech's not a company that's gonna lie, I don't think, you know?
Nah.
Like I said,
They're
I
not-
really like Bontech. That's why I was really upset about this. I stopped developing the fixed extruder because I thought this was gonna be good enough because the cam setup. You know, the main thing is to get rid of the spring, because if you have a gear this big and it's pushing into filament and it's digging in, say, 10% of its teeth, and then it starts pushing harder and the spring pulls out and it gets further out, it's effectively increasing its steps. And then when it's pulling in further because the filament's softer or for whatever reason, it's decreasing. It's
Oh, yeah, and it's deforming the filament as it goes back in.
yeah, the deforming the filament, believe it or not, is not as big of a deal, because who cares if it's round or oval as long as the same amount of volume is traveling down. It's you know, with very low layer heights that becomes an issue, because technically it's a little bit longer, a little bit shorter, a little bit longer, so you're changing your linear volume. But the bigger issue is the changing diameter. And if you notice during retractions, whatever, you'll see that spring jumping back and forth. So the simplest mod that I do on almost all my machines when I'm printing parts for customers is I take the spring off and I use just a regular M3 screw with no spring. And it has to be on point. Like you have a quarter turn or less of where it's going to not be too tight that it doesn't skip and not be too loose that it doesn't slide. But once you get it set up perfectly, your retractions are amazing, your print quality is amazing, everything's perfect. And that's what made me come up with the idea for the fixed extruder.
So the spring is just a way for them to just kind of like get it working good enough.
Make it stupid proof
Yeah.
is honestly the simplest way to put it.
The more forces are acting on it. So that's why I kind of don't like the door on the TPG. Because they're massive gears and they're still using a spring.
Print's really
One of
not
the
looking,
guys-
this print's really not looking bad, honestly.
It looks great. What's the update on the, because you said at some point you were doing, or somebody was doing, metal gears for the LGX light.
I have prototypes being made.
Definitely want to try some.
I think it's stupid to go after that from the LGX light.
Well, the idea is to have this prototype gear made, and it's actually really cheap to buy the LGX gears from Bontech. I don't want to be a Bontech dealer because I don't like their margins, and I did want to until I got really disappointed in the LGX and LGX Lite. So I just, people can buy Bontech shit from so many people. There's no reason for me to be a Bontech dealer. But these gears are really cheap to get. So, you know, just these guys are really cheap to get. So if I can get a metal main drive gear and then buy these, or maybe even get a metal version of
palm gear.
an all metal version of this. But honestly, this gear is fine because it's wide enough and it's larger. You know, it's only dealing with half the pressure because it's just going from one gear to another. The dogs are what's taking the actual the main force on the primary. The secondary one is just transferring 50% of the at max
The
of
load,
the torque
yeah.
with a wider tooth. So
The issue with that one is that you need them to be plastic because it's the same deal as the secondary gear, where the dogs they're riding on the shaft. There's no bearing in there for that. The bearing is only for the metal part. The second thing is the bearing is plastic anyway, so kind of I feel like it's a waste of time to go after this LJX by putting in metal stuff in there. That's my two issues with the LJX Lite, and that's why I gave up on it.
Yeah, but I mean, once again, I don't see a huge load on this part.
No, it's fine, but it's just, in my opinion, it's wasted resources trying to
Yeah,
metallize this one.
it could be a lot better. I like the size of the gears though for the fixed extruder. Is the idea. It could work really well for the fixed extruder, or once again, the simplest thing is to just get my own custom 5mm gears made for the fixed extruder and do the 3-gear version. The 2-gear version is working great. The 3-gear version is amazing, but it can't do TPU. So if I can get my own custom gears made, because the problem is if they get too far apart, they have too much lash, and so I need to have a custom gear made that has slightly bigger teeth for the filament guide path, so they can be a little bit further away and mesh properly. But
I like the TPG gears more for that. If you're going to be making your own verification, I use those gears.
I've really been trying to find a place in the U.S. so I could get gears made on a large scale basis.
I want to buy a Swiss leg.
Even if they cost more money, I don't really care because it's still, as long as I can get them for less than like $30, you know, I can make a competitive extruder for, you know, $50 or $60. And if no one ever has to adjust tension on it, or a cam gear, or nothing, and they never have to worry. And then if they get anything messed up, all they do is take 2 screws out, and the whole cover comes off, and they can pull the filament out with tweezers or whatever, without taking any hot end apart or anything off. I mean, I think that's a no-brainer.
If you can find places with Swiss lathes, I'm sure that they'll be able to do stuff for you.
Or thread cutters.
Well, that's what the other guy was using. I'll show you after. He made his own massive gears, I think 24mm diameter. He made them himself.
This freaking Logitech C922 makes me look so red. It's crazy. It's like fucking, it makes it look like I have fucking rashes. I wonder if I have like some setting on.
It's a white balance, probably.
Yeah, everything is super red. Like, look at my elbows and... I don't get it, my elbows aren't red in real life. Go back to
the TBG. You can fit actual nice bearings inside of it, like ball bearings,
like cartridge bearings.
Like regular ball bearings. I don't know what cartridge bearings are.
Cartridge bearings are like, you know, like a skate bearing, like a skateboard bearing. Like there's ball bearings inside of a cartridge with a spindle in the middle.
Sure.
Yeah.
First time I've heard that word.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are called, generally if the ball bearings aren't loose in something, it's going to be a cartridge.
All right, you guys want me to leave this print going on the live stream? Or just leave it going on Discord, maybe?
I mean, maybe leave it on the live stream. Just maybe people will show up and just look at it. I already made a comment about it on the live stream saying that, so it's going to go until morning. So
okay.
Well, my question was, I remembered finally. What XLs are you running?
It's at 30K.
And what's the highest you pushed these motors?
The what? What's the what?
Sorry? What's the highest you've pushed these motors?
$60K when I on the video where it snapped the extruder.
Have you gone higher?
No, I literally just put the extruder back on this live stream because right after that I had to leave for a trip to go install a gantry kit and servos on a client's machine.
The show was wild
People-
when the extruders flung off.
I think
I've never
that's the
seen that
best
before.
part.
It is
That's-
the best part. It's the most
It's
action-packed
hilarious.
area.
I think tomorrow I'll probably after this print I'll try going to 100K Excel. I mean,
Because
I don't think there's
people are
reasonable-
using, people are going 60K on the 2504s and the 5160s on 24 volts.
But there's a difference between going 60K and doing it with
And
a closed loop where you're actually not lagging behind.
Sure.
Like you're actually hitting the 60K. And I know this is like such a sore subject, but with open loop steppers, you're probably not actually hitting 60K.
I don't know. Is there a way to measure that?
Yeah, math. Open loop steppers create their actual peak holding torque when they're one step, so 1.8 degrees out of alignment. When they're in alignment, an open loop stepper creates 0 Newton meters of torque. 0 torque. It has to be deviated in order for it to generate torque. That's when the here, hang on. So when the poles of the coil are aligned, it's making 0 torque. So this is the step tells it to step forward. It's out of alignment. Full torque starts coming into alignment. When it hits this, it's 0 torque. That's why you only get like half stepping accuracy on an NEMA 17, and that's why once again the Railcore, known to be one of the best layer stacking machines, up until a few years ago, it was like unbeatable for wall quality. Used NEMA 23 224 ounce motors. And Steve White, or Jeff Steve, or Steve, yeah, I think Steve White, the creator, if you read his whole thing, he was explaining how he measured with like, I think with angle sensors, like what Kevin's doing now and stuff, but he was achieving like quarter step, possibly could achieve 8 step accuracy, because that's why at full stepping, like at 1 step deviation, you have your full torque, and then at like half stepping, you have like 70%. Quarter stepping, you have like 50. There's charts, but by the time you get to 16x, you're down to like 3% torque. So you can use Eddie the Engineer's chart, and usually it states you need like 2 Newton meters to hit like 800 millimeters a second on a 500 gram gantry at like 10,000 Excel, and that happens. 24 volts is when those motors drop down to that 800 millimeters a second. So there's no way in hell they're hitting 60K Excel and achieving that with more than a 500 gram gantry. It's not possible. There's no way they're achieving any type of micro-stepping accuracy. They're constantly lagging behind. They're not skipping a step because they're hitting that peak torque, and then it has to jump past the other way until the poles jump, and then it pushes the opposite way and then ratchets into the next position. But that's the whole reason that I started off with closed loop steppers and completely threw that out the window and realized that I could not go with a standard closed loop stepper like what you find on like AliExpress or a lot of these other these MKS 42 things and whatever, because they're all reactive. We need something proactive that's actually using a PID loop and a high speed one, and then an actual position and a velocity loop, and it's actually reacting either instantaneously or using PVAT position and reacting ahead of time, because it has position, velocity, acceleration, and time. So it's told to be at this position, at this time, at this speed. So it's like, listen, go through that intersection at 60 miles per hour at 12:02, and then make a right-hand turn at 30 miles per hour through the next intersection at 12:04. Versus saying, close your eyes, step forward, step forward, step forward, start pushing this heavy weight and keep stepping forward. You're going to do it whenever the fuck you get to it, because you're just trying to push. If you know you have to be there at a certain time, you're going to be there at that time. So you could tell me as much as you want, step, 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 as fast as you can. I'm still doing whatever the fuck I want, because I don't know any better because my eyes are closed. That's open loop. That's the simplest way I could try to put it, even though it wasn't simple at all.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense.
No, it all makes sense. It's just from the perspective of dumb people in marketing. That's my only point.
I mean, trust me, I have a shit. I probably have like 20, 2504 motors. I have tons of Moons motors. I'll send the Moons motors to people. But, you know, the same reason I don't sell the Dragons that I have or the LJX lights that I have. I don't sell stuff that I can't stand behind or believe in, so I get stuck with a bunch of crap sometimes. And I started off, I mean, I have boxes of closed loop steppers that I'm not selling because I went down the wrong path at first. But I didn't know any better.
I don't remember. Did you run the 2504s ever on your printers?
Yeah.
Do you have any of them still on the printer?
I just took them off a few days ago, but that almost stock Trudon 400 has been running 2504s for the past like 3 or 4 months.
And how was that?
It's pretty good. They're good motors, don't get me wrong, but they're just not doing what people think they are.
Is this on the stock board or was it a different board?
The 2504s were on a stock board. I didn't run them high voltage.
Okay.
I wanted to compare them to the Moon's .9s because, you know, everyone claimed that the Moon's .9 is going to go over like 300 or 400 millimeters a second, and I did those 600 millimeters second prints. But once again, hitting those speeds and looking good and being dimensionally accurate was two very different things.
I don't know. From my recent perspective is we should be chasing accelerations and not necessarily speeds. Speeds are kind of like the byproduct.
Without a
Yeah,
doubt.
I agree with that.
Without a
I
doubt.
agree with that.
You want to be chasing acceleration, but you need to be actually hitting that acceleration. And not for nothing, I don't care who you are. If I set something to 40K or 80K with input shaping on, you're not going to tell unless you have some type of telemetry showing.
Yeah, so that's why I was asking how can we measure this to make sure?
Yeah, like I mean, doesn't the have it have an 8XL? Can we like harvest that data that it's pulling? Can we pull data from it while it's printing?
Yes.
That'd be pretty sweet.
You can, but you can't.
Yeah.
So it's like a separate operation, right?
Yeah.
What to do? So you can't do it in tandem because there's just too much processing power.
No, you could
It's
run.
it's not in Klipper right now.
Yeah, it's not set up for real-time tuning or anything like that, but there's no reason that we couldn't pull the data as a separate...
Like if we had one of those like
and then just make
Raspberry Pi Nanos or whatever the fuck,
No, you
like
could do
on
it
a
on the
separate
same-
8XL.
You could do it on the same Raspberry Pi you're running right now. We would just we just dump the data from it. But honestly,
That'd be cool. That'd be very cool to verify. Are we running at 80K or not?
yeah, or here's another really easy way to do it is
Because the way it is now, like mainsail and fluid just do not give a good representation of the speeds or what the speeds are.
They're giving commanded speed, which once again, open loop.
But not the actual speed.
They can't. They don't have feedback.
Yeah.
They can only give it what it's supposed to be if it achieves the commanded acceleration.
That'd be pretty sweet if we can do that.
You know you can't. You know you're not getting too crazy off the acceleration because of the fact that you're not skipping a step, but you're definitely not hitting it. And the most important part is the beginning of the start, and that's what. Put it this way: if you were hitting those accelerations, you would need 0 pressure advance. The reason you need pressure advance is because from a standstill or even from 5, it's pretty much you need infinite torque, from a dead stop in order to achieve the similar power output. But a very honestly a really good test would just to be take a high frame rate video of a print running with closed loop steppers, open loop steppers, and then like a step servo, you know, like stepper with servo control.
Right. And you're saying that a stepper can't hit whatever excel that you're asking for. From what I understand, if a stepper can't hit an acceleration, it just like crashes or whatever you guys call it. Like it stops moving.
Which, a servo or a
It,
stepper?
it skips steps and just like stops.
Only when it gets more than one, it has to jump over to the next step position. So that is, so if we're using, if it's 40 millimeters per rotation, and that's 200 steps, it's 0.2 millimeters per step, which that should equal 1.8 degrees, right? So you're not deviating, you know, huge amounts, but you could easily be at least 0.2 millimeters off. And, you know, we're talking about a temporal alignment issue, time. You know, it's you tell it to step, and then it tries to step and move. Everything's reactive. Everything's behind. And once again,
No, we understand the positives of closed loop. I'm just trying to figure out how
as the
to sell this
acceleration
just
increases,
to the skeptics.
as the acceleration increases, the deviation increases. Once again, you know, it's for if you're not going for dimensionally accurate prints, who cares if it's off by 0.2 millimeters? You know, and
Oh,
tools
no.
like input shaping help. But
Oh, are you running? You're not running input shape on circles, are you?
I've done it both ways. And this kind of proves my theory about the whole acceleration thing. If you look at that stream, when I shut off input shaping, the acceleration got way more violent. It sped up a lot, like very obviously. And I think that has to do with the fact that input shaping is commanding oscillations, so it's not straight line acceleration now. So square corner velocity is applying to that. But I don't know, because input shaping is also the last thing that's applied, so I'm not sure. I don't know.
Well, I'm excited.
Yeah, if I can fix my end stop issue, I'm gonna order these fucking servos, and then it's
I
gonna be
don't
a
know
great
if
time.
I'll run them for a bit because
You know, here's the best proof in the
but I'm
world.
excited.
You can set a stepper, hook it up to something, an open loop stepper, and have it holding position, and put vice grips on it, and you can move it a tiny bit, let go, and the vice grip, and it'll snap back into position. That's all the proof you need that a stepper doesn't just skip steps like people think.
No, yeah, 100%.
It lags first, and that's basically my whole point with how people think that they're increasing their acceleration, and they're not. You know, it's lowering their print times, but there is probably a rubber banding effect going on.
And for your servos, the temperature limit is right now is the circuit boards and the encoder, yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, man.
And they're ISO certified. They should be good for 85 degrees, but I'm honestly expecting the reason I want ISO certified is in case it decides to run the vacuum type system. But if you're running a hot chamber, they're gonna need to have some type of cooling. Your jacket idea, honestly, just air is all you need.
Yeah, that's the plan. Either jet or air or water. We'll see. When you have the final ones, then we'll work on it. I don't want to make the jet again after we do it
Oh,
four
I think I
times.
can give you the step off of the final ones now.
Okay, send it.
Yeah,
We'll get her done. We'll get them printed.
Printy print.
Printed print.
I'm pretty sure there's nothing else changing on the outside at all.
Well, let me know when you order, and then we'll order the prints then.
Oh, I already ordered them.
Oh, you already paid for them? Awesome. Okay, sounds good.
Theater, by the way, like I got my shit sorted out with the clicky
With what?
or the quick draw.
Yeah. Which one?
Well, I'm using the quick draw probe by using
Okay.
clicky. I'm using clicky
Yeah.
macros.
Okay,
And
and how's it
it's
going?
working great.
And where do you have the probe?
Same position I had before, but instead of using a printed part, I'm using standoffs made out of aluminum from McMaster car.
Okay. And where was Siemens before? On the gantry?
So those two M4s that are going through the belts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they're like 24 millimeter standoffs.
Right. But where's the docking position?
Okay, Google, turn on.
It's in the frame. It's in the frame in the back.
Is it on the gantry or is it on the like at the bottom?
It's in the frame.
All right, I'm gonna go to bed, but
Alrighty.
I'm gonna find a way to like I said, either with a high-speed camera, I think is a cool way that we could do it. Just running.
I don't think high-speed camera is going to be able to do accelerations fast enough for us.
Well, no, but if we do a print with the exact same settings with 2504s and then with a closed loop and compare, we should be able to see some type of difference with a 240 frame rate per second frame rate. You know.
Wait, Rob, before you go, are you doing a different resolution through Discord right now or through OBS, or is it just the same resolution pass through? Because if you're doing the same resolution pass through, they'll be pretty much lossless. The only thing that's happening maybe right now that we're losing quality is because you're downsampling, and maybe that's taking up some of the quality here.
Why, it looks like craftware.
On YouTube.
Oh, on YouTube. Looks like
Yeah, on Discord it looks crisp, but like on YouTube it just looks fuzzy.
Let me turn up
Interesting.
the bit rate. Let me turn up the bit rate.
All right, so Theodore, you're asking me what now?
Oh no. Where are you? Where's the docking? Where are you docking the probe when you're not using it? Is it on the floating gantry?
No, it's on the rear of the frame. On the bed. Like not on the bed, but like behind the bed.
Which printer is this on?
The Trudon?
Okay. Oh, it's at the bottom. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it works really well. The only thing is you have to have a end stop.
So I don't know if I stop streaming right now, if it's gonna end the live stream on me if I try to adjust the
Oh, that might be an issue. All right. Well, maybe we should just say goodbye and then go to a different channel.
No, you can still stay in the same channel because I'll stop it and restart it real quick. It'll stay on Discord. I'm just gonna. It might break the YouTube one, but I'll leave it going on Discord.
We'll just go on a different channel.
No, you leave it on YouTube because that's the whole point, right?
Well, yeah, but you said
we'll
it's
go to a
fuzzy.
different channel.
Well, no, I mean you can still see it.
Okay. So
you can still see what's happening.
Yeah,
I mean, for next time, yeah. For next time, I'm saying, yeah. All right, everybody. We're gonna stop it here, but continue watching.
Everybody's going their separate way for the night.
Yep.
Well, I'm gonna jump in the other channel, the general channel, but yeah, we're gonna stop. The stream's gonna keep going, but we're just gonna leave the stream.
Have a good night.
Night, Rob.
Right.
you